grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the ninth capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Shin-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a .143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zaun, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zaun's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Shin-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a .143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's balky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a .143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a 143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a 143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays, and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's balky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a 143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th-inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays, and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a .143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th-inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run at the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. Hits an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a .143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th-inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets the start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back and the Rockets' tight hammy, right-hander Phil Hughes will get the start. Hughes struggled in his last appearance against the Orioles, but he did manage to walk away with his 4th win of the year as the Yanks won 8-5. Hughes went 5 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. The Jays have officially shut down Vernon Wells for the season. Wells has been playing with a left shoulder injury all year and will be getting surgery next week to fix up his ailing arm instead of waiting until October. The center fielder ends 2007 hitting .245 with 16 home runs, 80 RBIs, and just 10 stolen bases. Alex Rodriguez has cooled off as of late. He's just 5 for his last 35 over his last 10 games. That's a 143 batting average. But on Friday, A-Rod went 2 for 6 and drove in his career-high 143rd run with a 9th inning single. It's the Jays and the Yankees. Markham against Hughes. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays broke the New York Yankees' hearts in yesterday's 14-inning affair and will be looking to chalk up another victory today in Game 2 of a 4-game set. Sean Markham gets to start for the Jays and rookie Phil Hughes goes for the Yanks. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. from the Bronx.
High drive, right center field. Abreu on the run, looking up. See ya! Home run for Greg Zahn, and that gives the Blue Jays a 5-4 lead.
It was Greg Zahn's home run in the top of the 14th inning that saved the game last night for the Jays as they knocked off the Yankees 5-4. Toronto's offense was productive, collecting 10 hits and scoring 5 runs, with Alex Rios leading the way with a 2-run jack in the 8th and Aaron Hill racking up 3 hits. Starter Roy Halladay pitched well for most of the game, but the Toronto defense let him down as he was charged with 3 unearned runs in the 9th. Halladay worked 8 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run on 8 hits.
And the pitch. Line drive. Base hit. The Yankees have tied the game. Sardinia scores. It's an RBI single for Giambi. And the Bronx is up for grabs. The Yankees have tied it at 4.
Jason Giambi's RBI single in the bottom of the 9th capped a 4-run inning and helped send the Yankees into extra innings as the Blue Jays bullpen and defense failed to close out the game. Chien-Ming Wang looked pretty sharp, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings, but it was Brian Bruni who took the loss in the 14th inning, dropping his record to 3-2. The Yanks lose ground in the division and the wild card. They're now 2.5 games behind the Boston Red Sox and 4.5 games up on the Detroit Tigers. Sean Markham gets the start tonight for the Jays. He's coming off an 8-6 Toronto loss to the Baltimore Orioles last Sunday that saw him pick up a no decision after he gave up just 3 runs over 5 innings. Markham is 12-6 in the season with an ERA just above 4. The Yankees had originally planned to have either rookie Ian Kennedy or veteran Roger Clemens take the mound in today's game, but due to Kennedy's bulky back...
You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Well, as you can see, it is raining here in the Bronx, and it's raining heavily. The tarp is on the field. They expect clearing at some point this afternoon, so we should have baseball. It's 75 degrees, obviously high humidity because of the rain. Not much wind, and the forecast is for partly cloudy. But there is probably going to be baseball. Yankees against the Blue Jays. Phil Hughes against Sean Markham, second game of this 4-game set. When we return, Bob Lorenz will join us from the studio.
You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
It was a rain delay of about an hour and a half. The skies opened up. The game was supposed to start about 1, and now it will start about 2:30. Now, Joe Torre is going to manage that game. In fiction times, John Turturro managed the Yankees as Billy Martin in the Bronx is burning. But it's real time right now on Yes, as this is Yankee Is Awful. How do I make that work, Kev? Yeah? All right.
Here comes that offense, led by Alex Rodriguez at his 143rd RBI of the year. Jorge Posada, well, the Toronto defense kind of helped out here to keep the inning going and alive. The Yankees score another run there. Robbie Cano with a broken bat single to right field. That made it within one. And then Jason Giambi steps up with a man on third. And that single to left field tied it up as the Yankees come up with 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie. Roy Halladay was stunned.
And in the 9th inning, so different than those first 8, as Bobby said. In the 9th, 9 batters, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 pitchers faced, and 1 big error by the Blue Jays. Previous to that, no runs and 5 hits through the first 8. So the Yankees tied the game, and then they went into extra innings, and it all ended in a bad way in the 14th with Greg Zahn at the plate.
Greg Zahn at the plate and Brian Bruni on the mound in the 14th inning after striking out Russ Adams. He does the proverbial no-no. You see where the glove is set up on the outside corner? That's down and in. And generally down and in is a sweet spot for left-handed hitters. Greg Zahn putting it out of the park, and see Brian Bruni's disgust.
And that was a tough loss for the Yankees because the Red Sox won, so the Yankees lost the game in the East. They're 2 back in the loss column. The wild card, the Tigers won, so they pulled to within 5 in the loss column of the New York Yankees. Well, today is another day. Let's see if the Yankees can bounce back, and they will look for a child to lead them. Rookie Phil Hughes gets the start. When we get back, Al Leiter's going to break down Phil Hughes recently. That's coming up next right here on Yes.
left field, tied it up as the Yankees come up with 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie it. Roy Halladay was stunned.
And in the 9th inning, so different than those first 8, as Bobby said. In the 9th, 9 batters, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 pitchers faced, and 1 big error by the Blue Jays. Previous to that, no runs and 5 hits through the first 8. So the Yankees tied the game, and then they went into extra innings, and it all ended in a bad way in the 14th with Greg Zahn at the plate.
Greg Zahn at the plate, and Brian Bruni on the mound in the 14th inning after striking out Russ Adams. He does the proverbial no-no. You see where the glove is set up on the outside corner? That's down and in, and generally down and in is a sweet spot for left-handed hitters. Greg Zahn putting it out of the park, and see Brian Bruni's disgust.
And that was a tough loss for the Yankees because the Red Sox won, so the Yankees lost the game in the East. They're 2 back in the loss column. The wild card, the Tigers won, so they pulled to within 5 in the loss column of the New York Yankees. Well, today is another day. Let's see if the Yankees can bounce back, and they will look for a child to lead them. Rookie Phil Hughes gets the start. When we get back, Al Leiter's going to break down Phil Hughes recently. That's coming up next right here on Yes. It's 4-3, 4.75. Sean Markham, 12-6 for the Blue Jays, 4.15 on our New York Lottery pitching matchup. Al, of late, Phil Hughes, after he gets over those first inning struggles, has been pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit of a worrisome attitude in the beginning of a game. In his first inning here against Nick Markakis, gave up a couple runs and then settled down. He's really been a lot more aggressive. As a matter of fact, for the month of September, he's 2-0. He's thrown very well. He had 6 strikeouts against Seattle, pitched very well in Toronto, but you see his explosive fastball. Michael, when he's aggressive and he's throwing strikes like any pitcher, he's got the stuff to dominate, and he did against the Orioles.
Well, when we come back, we'll have the lineups. We'll have the first pitch. And most importantly, we'll have baseball. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a game right here on Yes. the official rental car company of the Yankees. Honda. Visit your Honda dealer and test drive the all-new 268 horsepower Accord V6. Raymore and Flanagan, furnishing your style. And by McDonald's. Stop into McDonald's today and try the new Angus third pounder, available in 3 delicious flavors. Well, an unexpected rain actually has delayed this game, and it delayed it for what is going to be about an hour and a half. Let's look at the game time weather conditions right now, presented by Bigelow Tea. 72 degrees, high humidity, not much wind. The forecast is for cloudy. Did anybody hear about rain? I didn't think it was going to rain today.
No, it wasn't in the forecast.
Hot and sunny.
Well, the sunny got lost somewhere. Really did. A little annoying. Anyway, IO Digital Cable is the exclusive official HD sponsor for Yankees telecast here on Yes. Obviously, all the rain has no ill effects on the field at all. This field drains beautifully. It looks like it's in great shape. The moment it started to rain, the grounds crew led by Danny Cunningham put the tarp on, and the tarp remained on for about an hour. They took it off about 2 o'clock, 2:05. Right now it's 2:30 on the scoreboard clock, so they took about 25 minutes to get the field in playing shape. Now you wonder, following a game like yesterday's, very tough game, Al, do you think it was better that they scored the 4 runs and forced extra innings, or would it have been better to lose 4-0?
You know, I think anytime you have your players and you kind of lie over and die, and Roy Halladay was pitching fantastic, was lined up for his 10th career shutout, and the Yankees rallied back to tie up, and then as it ended up with Greg Zaun's home run, it probably is more demoralizing when you do fight back and then eventually lose the game than just in 9 innings. But when I say that, even as I'm looking at you, Bobby, you still don't ever want to roll over and die.
No, you don't want to do that. And you know, at this time of the year, what wins mean so much to you. I mean, they mean a lot to you in the beginning of the season, too. But you got a lead in the American League wild card. You don't give up. And I think that's the real big asset for the Yankees, is that they didn't give up. Even though Halladay had owned them the whole game, you know, all of a sudden he began to lose a little bit, and the Yankees took advantage of that. And I think that's more of an inspiration for this game today than it is so much a detriment.
Well, you see the Yankees have taken the field, and because of the rain delay, we'll get the opportunity to listen to both national anthems here at Yankee Stadium. O Canada being played by stadium organist Ed Alstrom, so why don't you listen up? You know, that was great listening to the national anthem, because I remember when I was a kid, you'd be watching the games on TV, and when the national anthem was playing, you get all pumped up because you knew there was baseball. Now there's so many commercials you get in, but because of the rain delay, we were able to carry it. Made me feel like I was a kid again, Bobby.
You know, it's a great feeling being at Yankee Stadium, and you don't look like a kid, but as long as you feel like one, that's all right, too. But being here, there's going to be another packed crowd, another sellout crowd, and Yankee baseball at Yankee Stadium, and there's that crowd again. They've had how many sellouts?
47.
Wow.
Well, the president of Panama, Torrijos Espino, throws the first pitch to Mariano Rivera, one of the more famous residents of Panama, and he bounced it. Rivera couldn't come up with the scoop, but a nice moment here at the stadium. President Martin Torrijos Espino, the president of Panama, and he gets a nice hand here at the stadium. Speaking of being a kid, Phil Hughes is certainly a kid. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays starting lineup that he is going to face, and it is presented by Rico. Reed Johnson's in right field leading off, batting second and playing first base, Matt Stairs. Alex Rios in center field is going to hit third. Batting fourth and DHing Frank Thomas. Aaron Hill, the second baseman, will hit fifth. Batting sixth and playing third base, Russell Adams. Adam Lind in left field will bat seventh. Batting eighth, really slumping. He is 0 for his last 22. The catcher, Curtis Thigpen. Greg Zahn, day game after night game off. Ray Olmedo, the shortstop, will bat ninth.
And on the mound is the young right-handed pitcher, 21-year-old Phil Hughes. He'll be making his 12th major league start. You see, 11 starts now with a respectable ERA. He came off his first big league win here at Yankee Stadium against the Orioles. Pitched very well into the 6th inning. Not too bad strikeouts to innings ratio, and the walks are down. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitching scouter report. 49th. This will be the 49th time the Yankees have had a rookie to start for them this year. Only the Nationals and the O's are for more. Auditioning, well, we'll take a look and see what happens as the season plays out here. But anytime you come into the end of the year and you're a guy that may or may not be a postseason starter, you certainly want a good impression on the coaching staff. And rotation shuffle, well, Ian Kennedy was supposed to pitch today, and then it was Roger, and now here is Phil Hughes, and he is on normal day's rest with the off day.
Well, let's take a look at the Yankee defense behind Phil Hughes this afternoon. Matsui will play left field this afternoon. Cabrera in center field, Abreu in right, then Cavich over at first base. What a solid first baseman he is. Cano, Jeter, A-Rod around the horn, and Jorge Posada gets the starting assignment behind home plate. 85 team errors this season by this defense.
Let's take a look at the umpires today. Angel Hernandez is behind the plate. He's always good for some sort of altercation. Should be interesting. Darrell Cousins at first, Ted Barrett at second, and Rob Drake is at third. Angel is a good umpire, but he always seems to be in the middle of something that happens, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Jorge Posada will get the start day game after night game. He's been indefatigable so far this year. They run him out there almost every single day. Yankees against the Blue Jays, second game of a 4-game set. Let's do it here at Yankee Stadium. Reed Johnson will dig in. The Blue Jays won 3 in a row from the Red Sox and took the first game of the set last night against the Yankees. And Phil Hughes deals. Pitch is high. The one thing with Phil Hughes, and we've seen it throughout his young major league career, he does have some issues early in the game. Then he settles down and really pitches lights out. So they have to figure out why, and they have to figure out how they can avoid that. What is the why on that, Al?
Well, I would say this. Most of the time, especially any big league pitcher, but, you know, for a young guy, you're kind of trying to find your way. And there's definitely nervous anxiety and excitement that comes to a big league start. You have 5 days waiting for it. There you see Ron Guidry, the pitching coach. And then there's a feel effect. What pitches are working? He's got an excellent curveball. He uses his changeup not as often, but a pitch that he uses during the game. There's that big curveball. So it's a matter of getting in the rhythm of things. But once he does, he settles in. There's some numbers right here to substantiate what you're saying, Michael. His first 15 pitches got an almost 11 ERA, 3.45 batting average. And then after 30 pitches, he goes down to 3.65. So it does drop off greatly. And I would say it's mostly because of nerves and trying to get in the strike zone early.
Now, a lot of people have problems in the first inning. I know that Tommy John used to, and he used to pitch a lot in the bullpen. But do you want him to throw that many pitches in the bullpen and rob innings out of him?
Not a guy throwing 94 miles an hour, no. Tommy John was able to do that. Tom Glavine was another guy who struggled in the first inning, and he also wanted plenty side days, 2 side days in between each start to get a feel for the ball.
Check swing. Did he go? Did he go? No, he did not, said Darryl Cousins.
The reason Tommy John used to like to throw a little bit more in the bullpen was because Tommy was a dead sinker ball pitcher. And Tommy always felt like that he was too strong when the game started, so he wanted to kind of weaken himself down, throwing more pitches in the bullpen. So when he got out in the first inning, you know, he wasn't as strong. And the sinker ball would sink a little bit better for him.
2-2 to Johnson. Grounded foul. Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. That's right. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. It's amazing. An hour and a half rain delay and no one went home. I know the tickets are expensive. You don't want to go home, but as usually people do. This place is jammed right now for the start of this game. The 2-2. A slow breaking ball grabbed there by Hughes, and there's one away. Here's Matt Stairs. Matt in a little bit of a slide. He's had a very good year, but he's hitless in his last 9 at-bats and 3 for 26.
Gibbons got him batting second today. I mean, he is a good fastball hitter. And so John Gibbons, the skipper for the Toronto Blue Jays, moves him up. He's a power hitter, too, with 19 home runs. And he's always a threat when he goes up there. But, boy, he's looking for the fastball.
Especially down.
And Hughes deals. There's that breaking ball strike.
Is there a left-hander in the world that doesn't like the ball down and in? I mean, every left-hander in the world loves that ball down and in.
Matt Stairs, 239 home runs. That's the second most ever by a Canadian-born player. Larry Walker has a nice lead over him. Fouled away.
He really has been a very nice pickup for the Blue Jays, and nearly 300 all year, 19 home runs, and he's really been predominantly their biggest offensive threat from the left side.
Good crackling fastball, but just missed inside. Good 0-2 pitch. Count now 1-2.
Sada wanted that ball up, and it ended up actually being perfect, almost nearly perfect on the inside corner.
Wow. He would have swung at that pitch if he could have.
And the 1-2. Grounded foul. Tougher on a young pitcher, Al, to have a rain delay than a veteran?
Maybe, depending upon how Phil Hughes is able to handle his nerves, but there's no doubt about it. You know, as you get a little more veteran status, you feel more comfortable and you can handle getting out of your routine. Some of these young kids now, Phil Hughes, 21 years old, we've seen what Job has done. They have the presence and the makeup of veteran players. They got a look and the demeanor and disposition are very calm.
I think it depends on if they threw pitches before the tarp was put on the field, and then you have to wait, you know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and then warm up again. So to be 2 warm-ups that you would be dealing with, I think that would be more of a little bit of a problem than just knowing that you're going to be delayed for a little while.
1-2. Strike 3. Stairs down looking. 2 outs.
Well, he just paints the fastball on the outside corner, sprinkle in a couple of curveballs, and then you see that is a perfect location of a fastball on the outside corner. You watch Posada's glove. Nailed it. Stairs can't do anything with that, especially after those couple fastballs in that Phil Hughes threw. This Blue Jay offense has really been hurt this year, mostly by injury. Vernon Wells and Lyle Overbay, Troy Gloss has had surgery.
Here's Rios. Had a 2-run home run yesterday that made the game 4-0. The Yankees with 4 unlikely runs in the bottom of the 9th inning, helped by an Aaron Hill error at second. They tied it. It went 14, and then the home run by Greg Zong.
J.P. Ricciardi, who is the general manager for the Blue Jays, he has said, boy, wouldn't it be nice if we could just get Gloss and Thomas and Overbay and Vernon Wells in the same lineup for an extended period of time.
There's a ground ball, right side. On the glove side, Cano, and an easy first inning for Phil Hughes, in stark contrast to what he's had for most of his early major league career, as the Blue Jays go down in order 1-2-3. So it's the Blue Jays nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat against Sean Markham. Yankees starting lineup, and it is presented as always by our good friends at Rico. Melky Cabrera in center field will lead off, batting second, and playing shortstop, the captain, Derek Jeter. The number 3 hitter, right fielder Bobby Abreu. Alex Rodriguez at third base will clean up. Batting fifth and playing left field, Hideki Matsui. Jorge Posada will catch. He'll bat seventh. The number 8 hitter had a big hit in that ninth inning that tied the game, the DH Jason Giambi. Robinson Cano at second base will bat 8th. Good numbers in September. Doug Minkiewicz seems to have taken away the starting first base job, and he is batting 9th and playing first.
25-year-old pitcher Sean Markham. He's starting for the Blue Jays. There you see 37 games. Started in relief, 12-6 with a respectable 4.15 ERA. He's done a very good job off and on for the Blue Jays. Didn't pitch well against the Yankees 2 starts ago. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitching scatter report. That's 7 up. He led the major leagues in wins, 7-1, from July 23rd to August 31st. Had a very good run there.
And the pitch to Melky is a strike.
Tough first. He retired the first inning in order only once in his last 7 starts. So watch out for him struggling early. And use the ball. He's a guy that throws a slider, a sinker, a very good changeup to lefties, curveball. He's a guy that has to have impeccable command and use all of his pitches for him to be effective.
He is 1-3 versus the Yankees career-wise.
Melky with a ground ball to second. Aaron Hill to Stairs and 1 away.
And he's one of those pitchers that is always around the strike zone. So he's not wild, doesn't walk many guys. And he's 0-2 against the Yankees this year. And I think one of the reasons the Yankee ball club gives him a little bit more of a problem is because left-handed hitters, the Yankees have a lot of left-handed hitters. They don't have hitters that try to pull the ball all the time. They hit the all fields, the left-handed hitters I'm talking about. And that's the hitter that really would give him more problems than anybody else.
Here's Derek Jeter. He carries an 8-game hitting streak into this game. He had 2 hits yesterday. And Markham starts him off with a strike. The Blue Jays have had their share of injuries in their pitching staff. A.J. Burnett missed a lot of time. People have gone on and off the DL, Gustavo Chacín, but they've had a chance to use guys like Dustin McGowan and Sean Markham, and they've really uncovered some pretty good pitchers that could help them over the next couple of years. People that could slide right into the rotation, power arms. They've also, with the injuries, uncovered a very fertile ground of hard throwers in the bullpen as well.
Yeah. They've got the second best earned run average in the American League at 3.91, and the Yankees are seeing in this 4-game set, they're seeing the best 4 that they have. And you know, Burnett, he is when he's not hurt, he is as good as they come. And we've seen McGowan come on. I mean, he's got a good arm, and Halladay last night, Markham today, and so that's one of the things that the Blue Jays have a lot of things going for them because they have this pitching staff, and some of these other guys get back. All they need to do now is to fill in some of the broken pieces.
As a starter, 11-4 under 4 ERA. Didn't do that great in relief, at least earned run wise. Jeter stays alive with the foul tip.
It just shows you what pitching does for teams and helping them. It kind of takes you back to the old Dodger days where it was all about pitching and defense. But the numbers that Bobby just recited there, their bullpen is second in the American League. Their starters are second in the American League in ERA. They've done a nice job. Jesse Litch has been a starter for this team. Brad Orangeburg's done a nice job with this pitching staff. They're not household names, but they're front end of the American League in pitching.
Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Jeter down on strikes. 2 outs.
That's the reason they could become spoilers down in this final stretch of the season because of this pitching staff. We're going to take a look at this breaking ball, and a good one as Derek swings over the top of that one.
And then conversely, their offense, because of injuries, and really Vernon Wells has been their MVP candidate kind of player, and he's going to have shoulder surgery, but they're 12th in the league in batting average, 11th in runs, 13th in stolen bases, 12th in on-base percentage. So they just haven't done it offensively, and here they are at 78 and 75. So you can do it with pitching.
There's a strike to Bobby Abreu. Abreu 4 hits in his last 17 at bats. Strike count 0-2. Abreu turns back towards Angel Hernandez. Didn't love that call.
I always like Abreu when he's just satisfied with the call. He just kind of step back real leisurely and look up at the sky, you know.
check out a fan in the
What
upper deck.
happened?
It's not smart enough to not look back, especially with Angel Hernandez behind the plate. And Michael said it at the open. He's a guy that just for whatever reason something comes up and he's in the middle of it. I've always thought he had a very narrow zone, small zone, more of a hitter zone. Bobby Ray didn't think that in the second pitch.
Broken bat, fly ball right field. Coming on is Reed Johnson, and he'll make the play. So Sean Markham, who struggles in the first inning, puts together a 1-2-3 first inning against the Yankees. We played one here at the stadium. There is no score. You're watching Yankees baseball on Yes. Coming schedule. Tomorrow it's a 1 o'clock start, but please, 11:30 is the BP show. Everything's a half hour earlier. 12 o'clock is the pregame show, and then 12:30 we will carry in its entirety the tribute to Phil Rizzuto. Then 1 o'clock is the game. Monday at 1 o'clock start. Both of them on Yes. Then the Yankees hit the road, and they will play in Tampa Bay 3 games. So Phil Rizzuto honored tomorrow here at the stadium. Here's Frank Thomas. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. No score. Each team went down in order in the first. Ground ball up the middle, a base hit for Frank Thomas.
Boy, he is having some kind of year offensively for Toronto. That's exactly what they wanted out of the Big Hurt. So single here, but he's added the long ball and he's driven in 91 runs for them already this year. So signed him to a 2-year contract. The designated hitter is got an option year on the 3rd year if he has enough plate appearances the year before that. So
all he needs is 1,000 over the first 2 years, and then that kicks in automatically, a guaranteed $10 million.
Yeah.
So yesterday he came into the game with 582 plate appearances. He had 4, so it's at 587 now with the bat here in the 7th.
And you wonder what the designated hitter does. Well, you're seeing it right there in Frank Thomas. Keeps him in the game. Keeps him making a living.
A pretty good living.
I would say so.
You know, speaking of possible designated hitters, it was announced yesterday by the San Francisco Giants that Barry Bonds is not going to come back. They want to start and be younger and free up that money to do something else. And Barry's skills have somewhat eroded out in left field. He seems to be a perfect DH. He can still hit. You look at his numbers, he's had a pretty good season, an extraordinarily high on-base percentage, and you wonder what team's going to take a chance on Bonds.
Yeah. It comes with a package. There's no question about that. But look at those numbers.
he says he still wants to play.
Yeah. Well, he wants 3,000 hits. I think he's 70 some odd hits short.
Which is the reason why I like the DH. Not for the American League rules and offensive-minded game it is, because I do like the National League better, but I think it's good for the fans to be able to still see the great players down their latter years, whether it was a Paul Molitor or Dave Winfield or Cal Ripken, and so on.
It will be an interesting decision by a team, because although Bonds can obviously still hit, as Bobby just said, there's baggage there.
Lots of baggage.
Do you want the baggage to go along with the 470 on base percentage and maybe 28 to 30 home runs? You don't know. It's going to be interesting to see which team bites.
It depends on what you want in your clubhouse and all the distraction that goes along with it, with the controversies, and also the fact that Barry has been hurt a lot this year, and he's not a young guy. He's over 40 years of age. And I don't know. You're right. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Probably wants to stay in the West Coast, and if he wants to make as much money as he's making this year, that will eliminate some teams. But watching SportsCenter yesterday, they mentioned the Mariners, the Angels, the A's. San Diego was thinking about it before this year, and a lot of people in their front office said it wouldn't work with their fan base. Maybe they would revisit it. But again, he's not as good a left fielder as he used to be. Here's Russ Adams, first and second, nobody out. The count 1-0. I think he's made $16 million guaranteed this year. Next year he might have to go maybe for an incentive-laden contract. And those are incentives he could reach, especially if he stays healthy. This year, again, look at his numbers. Pretty good. And what makes the numbers even more impressive, good catch by a fan in the sense, he really doesn't have anybody batting around him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to pitch around him.
Yeah, you're going to have protection for him, and like you were saying, I think the possibilities for Barry Bonds signing with the ball club is pretty limited. There's just not too many teams around that can really afford to pay him that kind of money.
Russ Adams with a high fly ball to right field. Bobby Abreu there. Tagging is Frank Thomas. He'll go to third. So a long out for Adams, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners and one out. So first real jam for Phil Hughes early in the game. And here's Adam Lynn. Lights are on here at the stadium. It's overcast. Sun is obscured by clouds, kind of dark and gray overhead. Start of the game held up by about an hour and 30 minutes. And the pitch outside, 1-0. Today's closed captioning is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. Count 2-0. On deck is Curtis Thigpen, who's in the middle of an 0 for 22 slump. There's a strike. Cubs leading Pittsburgh in the 7th, 7-3. Bobby, looks like your boy Lou Piniella has turned things around there.
Well, he certainly hopes so. I actually had a chance to talk to Lou when I was down in Houston for treatment down there. They were playing the Astros. And a chance to speak with him, and he's pretty confident right now.
Grounded to third. Let's see if they can turn two. There's one, and there's two. Phil Hughes gets a 5-4-3 inning-ending, rally-killing double play. Just what Hughes needed. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. We go to the bottom of the second. There's no score at the stadium. Switch to Verizon Fios, TV, internet, phone. Dustin McGowan will go for the Blue Jays. A good season, good ERA. Mike Messina, 2 very good starts for Mike, 10-10 with a 5.01. Batting practice show starts at 11:30. Please put that in your mind. 12 o'clock is the pregame, 12:30 the Phil Rizzuto ceremony here at the stadium. And then right around 1:07 will be game time. Here's Alex Rodriguez. Alex picked up 2 hits yesterday and drove in his 143rd run, and that's a career high for him, 143. The count 2-0. And 3-0, Markham to A-Rod. A-Rod seemed to be swinging the bat a little bit better yesterday, taking things up the middle. 2 base hits to center field. Almost hit one out to right center. He had been in a little bit of a slide, 2 for 26, the 3-0. And there's a walk on 4 pitches to A-Rod to start off the second.
Something unusual for Markham because he normally doesn't walk too many hitters, but of course with Alex Rodriguez and the numbers that he has put up this year and the home run power that he has, he wanted to pitch him very carefully. And it'll be tough for Alex now, even though Matsui is sitting behind him. Matsui is not swinging the bat that well at this particular juncture, but to be patient from Alex and not swinging a lot of bad pitches just because they're trying to make perfect pitches on you all the time.
And one thing I want to clear up, I said that first pitch tomorrow is 1:07. I'm 8 minutes off because of the Rizzuto ceremony. The first pitch is going to be 1:15, so just want everybody to know exactly when the game will start. So it is 1:15. The 1-0. 2-0, and now Thigpen wants to talk with Markham. 6 in a row off the strike zone.
That's the other thing, you know, the Yankee hitters are fairly patient. They work the strike zone about as good as any ball club from 1 to 9 in the American League. And Markham, when he does have some problems, he starts to nibble a little bit. The Yankees are not going to go for it.
Well, Markham has done well against A-Rod, 188, 3 for 16, and also Matsui's 077 for 1 for 13. Not a huge body of work with 13 at bats, but still feels comfortable facing these guys.
Couldn't get the question out in time, Bobby, but the guy throws 6 straight balls. Catcher goes out. Are you sitting there waiting for a fastball?
2-0, I am. Yeah. You bet. You bet. And so is Matsui. He just was a little bit too quick on that. That ball would have been out of here easily. Yeah, 2-0. I mean, that's a hitter's count anyway. Markham got it. He elevated it a little bit inside, and that quick of the bat and just pulled it foul. He had a good swing.
I used to think the same thing from hitters when a pitching coach had come out struggling with your control. Hitters knew you could throw a fastball.
Now, because of that, just the flip side of philosophy, if you've thrown all those balls in a row, Al, 2-0, are you not going to throw the fastball because you know the guy's sitting on it?
It depends on who the batter is and where I was in my career. When my velocity lessened into the upper 80 number, yeah, pitching coach, I was very mindful of thinking all I have to do is throw a little breaking ball or something off speed for a strike.
A false start by A-Rod. A bluff at first, and the count now 3-2.
And then there's certain hitters that will still be very selective and choosy and take their pitch and not be as aggressive.
I never did like that from a hitter standpoint, what A-Rod did there, you know, with all that faking stuff over there, because I thought it was a distraction for the hitter at home plate, because peripherally he could see you out of his right eye. And sometimes if they think that you're going, it's just that 1 millisecond of a distraction that bothers you and you can't swing at the pitch the right way.
With less than 2 strikes.
Yeah, it was a 3-1 count.
Yeah.
It was 3-1 pitch. And
there he goes. And there goes a line drive to center field. Base hit for Matsui. A-Rod will motor to third. He'll go there. The throw cut off by Olmedo. So a single for Matsui, and the Yankees are set up. Runners on the corners and nobody out.
Well, A-Rod off with this 3-2 pitch. And Matsui kind of hit it on the end of the bat a little bit. Just kind of dunked it out into center field, but right in front of Alex Rodriguez. He could see where the ball was, and he felt like he could make it into third easily, and he does. And I thought A-Rod had said that he's going to try to stop sliding head first.
He's not listening to himself.
No, he's not.
Now, unlike the two previous hitters of Matsui and A-Rod, Posada has really liked Markham. Of his 6 for 13, 4 of them have been home runs. He's seen the ball off Sean Markham, Posada.
Posada 11 hits in his last 33 at bats. Off speed pitch is upstairs 1-0. Hey, despite the fact that the tarp was on, does the infield dirt still get somewhat damp and slower after rain?
Well, I mean, it had rained before they got the tarpaulin on, so there was already moisture under there.
It looks it. Doesn't it looks a little muddy?
Not mud, but, you know, certainly thicker than it normally would.
Yeah.
(2-0). And the count 3-0. So Markham really working himself into problems.
Yeah, he is struggling right now. That's something that he normally does not do. So the Yankees can really take advantage of him.
John Gibbons yelling out to Angel Hernandez, thinking that was a strike.
Driven to right field and deep. That is going to be off the wall. A-Rod will score. Matsui goes to third. Hits an RBI single for Posada, and the Yankees lead 1-0. He missed a home run by a couple of feet.
Well, you got the hottest hitter of this Yankee lineup right now, Jorge Posada. He gets the chance to swing 3-0. A lot of guys don't like to swing 3-0 because they feel like that if they don't succeed on a 3-0 pitch, they make an out that they failed, and they don't want to fail. So a lot of guys just go ahead and take the 3-0 pitch. But when you're hot, you're hot. And Posada, like you said, Al, he's seeing that ball very well off of Markham, and he saw a single right there at RBI.
Yeah, 337, well, 335 batting average. There you see the American League leaders. He's feeling comfortable against a lot of people, not only Sean Markham.
Bobby, you told me you didn't like 3-0 green lights, right?
I did. Certain pitchers, if I was, especially if I was here at Yankee Stadium. Nah, it didn't bother me. Because 3-0 is going to be basically the 3-1 pitch too. I mean, probably going to throw you the same thing 3-0 as he would throw you 3-1. But it depended on the pitcher. You know what I'm saying? It depended on where I was, what stadium I was hitting at.
You didn't want the green light at shade, did you?
I said it depends on where you're hitting at and what the score was.
Swing and a miss. Giambi upset with himself because he chased a pitch out of the zone, and that's usually not his way. 1 down.
Well, Markham got ahead, and he's thrown that big, slow curveball, and that's a pitch that he's now introducing. He threw a couple to get behind on Posada. It looks like with the lefties, he's throwing the big depth breaking ball, which is the curveball, and then with the right-handed batters, he's throwing a tight slider.
Nothing more frustrating than have an RBI guy up there with a runner at third base and less than 2 outs and fail to drive that runner in. That's more devastating to a hitter like Jason Giambi than striking out.
And now Markham a ground ball away from getting out of trouble. You can see the sun is trying to peek through here at the stadium. First sign of that today. And the pitch to Cano is outside. Well, Cano must be dreaming about a very hot last 9 games because he's got 88 ribbies. He'd love to get 100. And when you consider how poorly he hit early, and he's hitting at the bottom of the order, that would be something else.
And that's more RBIs for a second. That's the most RBIs for a second baseman in baseball.
Everybody you talk to in baseball says this guy's a 3-hit.
Oh, we haven't even seen the potential that the numbers that this Robbie Cano is going to put up. Gavin Long works with these guys on a daily basis, and Robbie is he is surrounded by a lot of veterans that are great hitters, and they're teaching him, and they don't allow him to get lackadaisical.
Now the 88, the most in the American League. Only Chase Utley has more, and he's a pretty good player too.
Yeah, Chase Utley's got some swing. Boy, if I was modeling the swing from the left side, Chase Utley would be the guy that I would model.
And he missed about a month, and he's still, I think he's got about 100 ribbies.
Well, for as much as everybody says about Cano being a 30 home run guy, when he does get in trouble, for me, it looks like that's what he's trying to do. His best swing is that over the shortstop, left center to right center.
I think he's got a chance to hit 30 home runs, but he's
tapped slowly to Markham. He's going to come home. They have Matsui in a rundown, and a bad rundown because they let him go back and let the runners move up. Big Pen messed that rundown up. He has to run Matsui over to third. And you know what? The runners did move up. I looked up. I thought that Posada was at third, so Matsui got in a rundown, all for naught.
Posada should have been at third. I mean, Matsui did exactly what he was supposed to do, is stay in this rundown long enough. And Jorge Posada just decided to stop that. That's what he should have been going to third base right there. So Matsui did what he was supposed to do, go on contact and get the rundown if that's what you have to do to allow the runners to move up.
Great hustle by the left fielder Adam Lynn. He was the next guy in the rundown. He had run all the way out or in from deep left and was actually part of that rundown if they had to go back to third base. So it's 1-2-5-1, I believe, is the scoring. 2 outs, and here's Minkiewicz, a little bit low. It almost seemed like Matsui was shocked when he looked up and Posada wasn't at third.
I mean, he did what he was supposed to do, and he stayed in that rundown a lot longer than the normal player would.
Minkiewicz lines a single to center field. Here comes Posada. He'll stop right there. Rios has a good arm. Throws it into home plate on one hop.
Rios with 11 assists, and normally Rios is playing right field. Vernon Wells is out at center field, but since Vernon Wells is on the disabled list now, Rios is the guy that they're playing at center. So if you're playing right field, that means you got a pretty good arm, and we see what that good arm is. 11 assists by Rios, and don't think Larry Boa doesn't know that. Now, if Posada had done what he was supposed to do on that rundown, that would have been another RBI and another run for the Yankees.
You know, it might have been 2 RBIs because if Posada had gone to third, Cano would have gone to second.
Yeah, he would have.
Hey, stay tuned during the 6th inning for an update on today's top business headlines from your #1 news network, the Fox News Channel. So Arnsberg goes out and talks with Markham because he is teetering now on letting this game get blown open.
You know, those are just little things, but they're big things. You know what I'm saying? Just little things in a game. Well, why didn't he go to third base? But you're right. I mean, if he got men on second and third, that's 2 runs for the Yankees. So they're leading 3-0. And if he gets Cabrera out right here with 2 outs, he can get out of this jam with only 1 run. That would be a heck of a deal for Markham. J.P. Ricciardi has already said that Gibbons is going to be back next year as the manager. So vote of confidence there, and there's been a lot of controversy at times following John Gibbons. He has had some trouble with some players. Shea Hillenbrand, they traded. They didn't get along.
Ted Lilly as well.
Ted Lilly. Lilly has gone to the Cubs.
2-0 to Cabrera. Melky grounded out to second in the first. The bases are loaded for the Yankees here in the second. 1 run in. Grounded to first. Fielded there by Stairs. He flips to Markham. All things considered, the Blue Jays right-hander gets out of it with a minimum of damage. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors, and the bases left loaded. Some nice base running there by Alex Rodriguez, and this single off the wall scored Rodriguez to give the Yankees a 1-0 lead. Look like it's the 48th sellout of the year. A 1-0 lead for the Yankees, and Curtis Thigpen digs in against Phil Hughes, and there's a strike, so the 3rd inning is underway. Thigpen is hitless in his last 22 at bats. Count 1-1. Fly ball right field. Abreu retreats. 1 out. Hey, today after the postgame on Yes, catch This Week in Football. Join host Bob Lorenz with Howard Cross, Gary Myers, and Coach Larry Pasquale as they look ahead to the Giants and Jets Week 3 matchups, including analysis of both teams' disappointing starts. Both of them are 0-2. It's This Week in Football today after the postgame, and it's right here on Yes. Here's Ray Olmedo. Regular shortstop for the Blue Jays is John McDonald, out with an oblique problem. And those could sideline you for a while, as the Red Sox are seeing with Manny Ramirez. Been about 3 weeks. And there's a strike.
And I think this is, one of the things that J.P. Ricciardi and the Jays organization is looking at is to try to strengthen themselves up the middle. They got Vernon Wells in center field, but I think they need to, they need to look for another catcher. Greg Zahn is up in years behind the plate. He's a switch hitter. I mean, he's a veteran guy. He's a good player, but I don't think he's an everyday catcher. You got McDonald at shortstop, and even though he's hurt right now, I mean, he was a utility infield. And Aaron Hill is solid over at second base, and so to build that strength that they talk about when you have a good ball club up the middle, I think maybe they need to take a look at some things about shoring some of those positions up too.
1-2. Little humpback line drive caught by A-Rod. 2 outs.
Well, especially, Bobby, if you're looking at the middle diamond for defense, and a lot of general managers will be more concerned about catcher, second, shortstop, center field for defense. You're right about that. Aaron Hill, very good offensively. He's on the verge of breaking all the Blue Jay records at second base at home run and doubles to beat out Roberto Alomar. They like John McDonald's glove at short, but you know, if they're not going to get enough offense, and they've showed this year that they're at the bottom of it, they're going to need some offense.
They really do love McDonald's glove, and you know, talking to Brian Butterfield, the third base coach who works with the infielders, he really thinks that John McDonald is the Gold Glove winner in the American League this year. He said probably won't win it, he doesn't hit enough, but he can pick it with anybody. And Derek Jeter is the 3-time reigning Gold Glove winner at shortstop.
So if that's the approach of defensive minded, you're going to have to get an awful lot more offense out of your corners, first and third and left and right.
And the 2-0. Foul back.
Pretty easy to set up here, you know, and talk about having to make moves and upgrade.
Here's some of the great plays by John McDonald that he's had just against the Yankees. He goes into the hole beautifully, does the patented Jeter move. He can go up the middle as well. Very good double play partner. He is outstanding. Really flashes the leather. Reed Johnson could not hold up. And the count 2-2. Popped up. Cano and Minkiewicz. And the ball drops when Minkiewicz falls down. And Reed Johnson goes to second. And Cano finally picks up the baseball.
He tripped over Cano's foot. That's what happened. Cano got too close to him there, right behind him. And I'm almost positive that Minkiewicz stepped on Cano's foot and fell down. Right there.
Well, from the looks of that, normally you see at least that. Well, I see Minkiewicz saying, I got it.
Oh, he bumped it.
And they're going to give an error to Robinson Cano.
Minkiewicz is saying, I got it. Obviously, Robbie didn't hear it.
The ball actually went off the stomach of Robbie Cano. That's how close it came to him. 13th error for Cano. And Stairs right back to Hughes. So no harm, no foul with the E4 as Hughes picks up his teammate. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Yankees on yes. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. IO Digital Cable, the leader in HD, and HD is free with IO. And by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets. We go to the bottom of the third inning here at the stadium. Yankees lead 1-0. Derek Jeter will lead off against Sean Markham. Jeter struck out in the first inning. Pitches inside. He has an 8-game hitting streak, and 5 of those games have been multi-hit games, and during the streak, 14 for 38. He also has 56 multi-hit games this year, and that's in the top 10 in the American League. Grounded to third, but a foul ball.
Bob Shepard is not here again today. The PA announcer, legendary PA announcer for the Yankees, been missing in action because of laryngitis. I had a chance to talk to him before today's ball game and find out how he was feeling. He's feeling pretty good. He's still bothered by a little bit of laryngitis and going to see a doctor, and he's hoping he'll be back pretty soon. So get well, Bob. We need you here.
Yeah, the stadium, no offense to Jim Hall, who fills in, but the stadium doesn't sound right without Bob Shepard.
You know, I was thinking the other day, once we abandoned this stadium after 2008 and moved over to the new stadium, if you walked into this stadium and nobody here, I think you could just hear Bob Shepard's voice echoing all through this Yankee Stadium area. He's just so much a part of this.
Yes.
Well, Reggie Jackson, when he was playing for the Angels, had quite a surprise. It was and he's in his 57th season, Shepard is. And Reggie was with the Angels, and the Angels were playing in Boston. And Bob was in Boston for some reason or other. I asked him to secretly announce Reggie on the loudspeaker. So Reggie, number 44, Reggie Jackson. And Reggie stepped out of the box and turned around and looked up and couldn't believe it. But Shepard had come to Boston to do that. There's a base hit for Jeter, so a 9-game hitting streak.
I think Bob and Sherm Feller were good friends, and I think Sherm was the PA for the Red Sox at that time, and Sherm let him do that.
He had a unique voice.
Oh yeah, he did.
Raspy.
Yeah.
And an incredibly different cadence, because he used to sit in it. I mean, he and Bob Shepard could not be less alike, because Sherm would sit in the booth without a shirt on. If it was a hot day, you couldn't picture Bob Shepard doing that.
No.
And Shermfeller actually wrote the song Summertime.
Yeah.
Summertime. That's his song. And one day the Yankees were in town, and Dale Swain was playing for the Yankees then. But Sherm just announced the game the way he wanted. He goes, now batting for the Yankees, number 1, Dale, and he didn't know how to pronounce Swain. So he got up, walked down the hall, said, how do you pronounce that? Somebody said Swain. Came back, like 20 seconds later, Swain. That one is driven out to left field. Adam Lind is there, and he'll put it away. Abreu gave it a good ride the other way for the first out of the inning. Jeter jogs back.
Well, we were talking about off of Markham, he's the kind of guy that's got that power sinker from the left side. You got to think about hitting him the opposite way and using the whole field on Markham. I think, as I was saying, I think that's one of the reasons that the Yankees get him so much of a problem. He's 0-2 and only 1 in 3 lifetime versus him.
And what Markham is doing to the lefties especially, and I saw it with Halladay last night, they like to throw the Blue Jay pitchers a backdoor slider or a backdoor breaking ball. Basically, it's a give-up pitch on left-handers, and that even more so to stay on the ball and go to left field if you're left-handed.
Big healthy cut by A-Rod, count 0-1.
Well, if you got a power team offensively, like the Yankees do, and power teams, power hitters, they want to hit the fastball. That's what they're geared for.
Boy, that's unusual there, Bobby. 7-2 on the road with a 2.70 ERA. Completely opposite at home. Most pitchers like to pitch on their home mound.
And that mound in Toronto, I've never seen a mound more lovingly cared for than that. It's almost an obsession. It's almost a little unnerving. I mean, that guy takes hours to work on that mound.
Yeah, beautiful. To watch him do what he does.
It's a man who takes pride in his craft. Was he there when you were there, Al?
Yes. And really, he'd go to all the pitchers. How do you want the mound? Is it sloped enough? Is it the right kind of clay? And you want a little wet?
I mean, they're supposed to be sloped the same way at every ballpark.
Yeah, we're uncovering something
so
here.
Now, yeah, we're uncovering something now.
Oh, well, no, he didn't actually say that.
Oh, those are no international rules.
Yeah, that's different rules, different country. Metric system. Line drive, base hit for A-Rod as Jeter moves to second.
Well, Alex finally got one of those sliders. He hung a couple sliders. The first pitch was even better than that, but you see Alex's head down. That ball spins middle of the plate. And for Sean Markham and the Blue Jays, they're lucky that Alex didn't hit that in the seat. That ball was down the middle.
Well, that ball was hit hard. I don't think I've seen anybody this year hit the ball as hard as A-Rod has. And like you said, he was on that pitch, and that was one of the pitches that gave him trouble last year, was that little breaking ball. And he's made the adjustment to it. What a year he has had. I don't think there's any way in the world he could not be named the most valuable player, and it's certainly going to be a cinch if the Yankees get in the playoffs, and it appears that they are.
When does that voting go down? Before
the day after the last game of the regular season. The postseason has nothing to do with it.
But teams that make it, then there is some bearing on their voting. It's if the vote is when it's official, who's in.
Yeah, but I mean, he won the most valuable player award in 2003. Texas Rangers finished last. So I mean, if it's close between two people, and I guess the team that gets into the postseason, but what you do in the postseason has no bearing on the award.
And I never understood that. Why do you penalize a player because he happens to have a poor team around him and he could be the best player in the league?
You know what? I think it's just the wording. I think if it was the most outstanding player or the best player, people would look at the award differently. Matsui with a fly ball to center. Rios is there for the second out. I think people debate what valuable is. Well, how could you be valuable if you're on a last place team? If you weren't on that team, they'd still be last place. That's the argument. Andre Dawson won it on a last place Cubs team. A-Rod won it on a last place Texas Ranger team. Here's Posada. He drove in the only run of the game. Singled off the wall in right field. Picked up his 86th ribby of the year. Tap back to the mound slowly. Markham fields and throws, and they get him. So they waste 2 base hits. For the Yankees, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We played 3. Yankees 1 and the Blue Jays nothing.
going to go to our Aflac trivia question. Always comes up in the fourth inning. Bobby Abreu has played 150-plus games in 10 consecutive seasons. Who holds the record for most consecutive seasons with 150-plus games? That's a good question.
You know, and it's also a sign of consistency. I mean, and if you could stay healthy, and if Bobby Abreu is going to play 150 games, he's going to put up his numbers.
Yeah.
We go to the fourth. It is 1-0 Yankees. Alex Rios leads off. One hit against Phil Hughes. That was by Frank Thomas in the second. He's also walked a batter. That one is lined into left center field. It is a base hit. Cutting over is Cabrera. Cuts the ball off in the gap. Rios going for two. Here's the throw. In there with a double. And he got a double because he was running hard out of the box. He knew that Melky Cabrera has a great arm, and he wasn't going to test it by coasting.
Tough for Melky to get all the way over there and cut it off in the gap and then turn around and get his footing to throw a strong throw to second base. See, he's got to make a complete turn. And Rios has just got too much speed. Look at him. I mean, he's got long legs and he's like a gazelle.
Pitch to Frank Thomas, a breaking ball strike.
That reminded me of a young, very young Michael.
Me?
Yeah, Michael K.
Yeah, really young. The 0-1. There's a strike. You used to run like that, right, Bob? You could fly.
I was little short steps.
It's about how you get there.
Yeah, I was quick for 60 yards, but after 60 yards, if there was dust on the track, I'd choke to death. They'd come flying by me like you couldn't believe.
And the 0-2. Were you fast, Al? No, really.
He had a good fastball.
Well, we know he can throw hard, but can you
Never.
Really?
No. I don't know.
Did you steal one base in the
bother.
big leagues?
When they did the time in the spring training and the joke for the pitchers, they saw me and they just put the watch down. It doesn't matter what you run.
They used a sundial?
Yeah.
They didn't bring in Jesse Owens to work with or anything like that.
The 0-2 tied him up and fouls it off.
That's where you got to pitch Frank Thomas, though. That's the big hurt. That's where you get him out. And you can see he is looking out over the plate. And
look how fast you got between those monuments, Bobby. You didn't want to go around. You wanted to go through them.
Well, it's a good thing I wasn't eating M&Ms back in those days.
You went through it with the ball to the right. Did you get it? Was it a triple?
It hit something. I think it hit the flagpole and came back on the side that it went in.
The 0-2. Little fastball by him upstairs. One away.
Well, after a curveball and a fastball away, and that good fastball that was up and in, that ball is up in the zone, and that previous pitch was an area where Frank Thomas historically wasn't able to get to, and as that ball rode it high through the zone, you saw it take off. That's an explosive fastball that Phil Hughes shows.
Here's Aaron Hill. He walked in the second inning. Runner at second base with one out. Yankees lead 1-0. And the pitch. Pitch is high, 1-0.
Hill is their hottest hitter right now. He's working a 7-game hitting streak into this game. Got 2 or 3 hits last night. But you can just see by the way hitters take a ball. He stood right there. He saw that ball all the way. Charlie Lau used to say when they would take pitches, you know, whether it be way inside or way outside, and how they would take pitches, he would say that hitter is very hitterish. It was a late Charlie Lau term.
Fouled off in front of the plate. Not bad. They have the bullpen up. The left-hander, Brian Talent. Markham doesn't look like he's coming out of the game.
He will if he keeps chewing on that finger right there. always see those pitchers chewing on their pitching hand, you know, the first finger, the second finger, and thinking, man, oh man, you're going to pull that skin off of there. Next thing you know, you're going to have a blister or a sore spot.
They're biting the nail, Bob.
Is that what they're biting?
I think so.
You never used to bite the blister when you had the
Sometimes,
blister?
yeah.
Do you wash your hand before you put your hand in your mouth?
No.
That's nasty.
Now,
See,
for the
these
children
pitchers-
that are listening, please.
Of course, I
you know,
wash my hands with all the.
That one is blooped into right field. It's a base hit. Alex Rios is at third. He's going to stop right there. Abreu comes up throwing, and the throw is cut off by Minkiewicz. So, Bobby, he was hitterish as he singles to right field. Runners on the corners with one out.
Like a pretty good pitch from Hughes. You can see where that pitch is, the big breaking ball, and he didn't pull off of it. He just tried to get a piece of it and served it out into right field. So the hitting streak stays alive at 8 for Aaron Hill.
Here's Russ Adams. He has a 3-game hitting streak. Yankees looking for the double play. And the pitch is outside 1-0. Have you just turned on yes and you're saying, well, why are they in the 4th inning? Well, there was an hour-and-a-half rain delay at the start. Game got underway about 2:30. Yankees lead 1-0. Second game of this 4-game set. Right in on the hands, count 1-1. Roger Clemens was supposed to start yesterday, then he was supposed to start today after Ian Kennedy was scratched, but Roger has a problem with his left hamstring, so they're moving him back to next week.
He was out early today, and one of his boys was in town. They'd taken some ground balls at third base and some instructions from Rob Thompson.
So the count now 2-1 on Adams. Roger pitched so well Sunday night against the Red Sox and Kurt Schilling after having received 2 cortisone shots in his elbow. That one is blooped into short left. Cheater is there, so Rios cannot score. Second out.
Off the end of the bat, and a big out for Phil Hughes. Good pitch moving away from the left-handed hitter, and hits it off the end of the bat and doesn't drive that run in.
Here's Adam Lynn. He wrapped into a double play in the second inning with runners on first and third and 1 out. Now first and third and 2 outs. Pitch is inside. The 1-0. There's a strike. That was Hughes' 61st pitch of the day. It's over in Wrigley. The Cubs beat the Pirates 9-5. And when you spoke to Lou, Bobby, is he enjoying his time there? Because he didn't at the beginning of the year, it didn't seem.
Well, I mean, you know Lou, you can't get a straight answer out of him. He said, well, this is a tough job. This is tough.
Boy, you win
But
there, though.
But you know he is enjoying it more than anybody in the world. He wouldn't have gone there unless it was a challenge.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge.
But that town is so great, and they're so hungry for the Cubs to win. If he ever managed that team to a World Series win,
Wow.
he would be he'd be gold. He'd never have to pay for dinner in Chicago again.
Well, I don't think he pays anyway. He's never played when I've been with him.
Well, you've always been known for your extreme generosity.
Absolutely, especially in Canada.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Bobby left his credit card at a restaurant. They just put the whole bill on it. It was split like 8 ways, but they put it on Bobby's credit card one night. Mr. Mercer, we found your credit card and we charged the entire dinner to it.
And they kept charging.
In the 6 years of Yes, that might have been one of the magical moments. You broke into tears. It was great.
I'll tell you one thing, I haven't been back to that restaurant.
1-2. Well, at that restaurant, Al, Bobby's last words were, "Just give me the check. I'm never coming back here again." He's a man of his word.
So they were upset with Bobby, or Bobby was upset with them.
I think it worked both ways. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Yankees lead 1-0. Top of the 4th inning. The pitch. Upstairs, 3-2. And on deck is Curtis Thigpen. Fights it off, goes the other way. If it's fair, it's trouble. It's fair. It bounces into the seats. 1 run will score. Hill has to stop at third. It's a double for Lind and an RBI, and the game is tied at 1.
That's a break for the Yankees. That this ball bounces up into the stands, and you can see it's a hanging breaking ball, and he never got the bat in front, but he found the left field fair territory down there. If this ball doesn't bounce into the stands, it's going to be another run for Toronto. They would take the lead on this one here.
And you can't fault Phil Hughes. He got the 3-2. He got there by throwing all fastballs, and he felt like that was the pitch. Posada agreeing with him. It was just a matter of you saw the location of it.
And I think this is going to be the success of Phil Hughes because of the 3-2 pitch, and he threw the breaking ball. He's got a lot of confidence in the breaking ball. It's just a little bit of hanger up in the strike zone, and just one of those things.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Here's Thigpen riding an 0 for 23 slide. He has runners on second and third and 2 outs. A-Rod on the lip of the grass at third. And a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Posada, 0-1. They look at Thigpen, and there's been some discussion, catcher of the future, but he can play a lot of positions. They actually use him to pinch run, which is odd for anybody who makes his living as a catcher. And the 0-1. 0-2. Hughes dialing it up just a little bit with the fastball in a big spot here. Starting the game originally slated to be his rookie teammate Ian Kennedy, but Kennedy upper back right side a little bit stiff, so they scratched him. And the 0-2 popped up and out of play. And Posada will go out and talk with Hughes. Joe Girardi was saying the other night, Al, that he would actually limit the trips to the mound. Would you agree?
I was listening. Yes and no. I think it's not that prevalent around baseball that you have catchers that are going out all the time. And if it does seem to be an issue, there's people at Central Baseball looking at it. I just don't really think that there's that many catchers that are out there often.
We've seen a lot of it lately.
I know we have, but if over the body of all major league games, I don't think it's an issue yet.
I think it's appropriate at times, that the catcher or the pitcher go out there and remind that the pitcher and get on the same page, like right now. I mean,
well, that was a good visit, Bobby. It's an 0-2 fastball. He threw 2 fastballs by him. Thigpen is obviously showing that he's not getting around, and he's got an opportunity to expand the zone. He throws a 0-2 fastball down the middle. Posada coming out just saying, look, that's obviously not where you want to throw it. Let's go. And then get on to the same page as to what pitch. Just a reminder.
Yeah. Man at second, so they're going through multiple sets of signs right now.
And as Phil Hughes gets more mature and knows, it's about executing quality pitches. When you're 0-2, even if you get a foul ball or a swing and a miss, you don't want to throw that ball in that location, even with a positive result.
And the 1-2. Just missed outside with the fastball. 2-2.
Munson used to we'll take another look at this pitch here. And
that's a good 0-2, 1-2 pitch on the corner. Seeing if the hitter will fish.
You get out there and shake him off a few times, and he'll make one visit with you and tell you, look, you don't want to throw anything. Throw whatever you want. I'll catch it. You just make it up. You throw it.
That's demoralizing.
And he would.
I'll catch whatever you throw.
Yeah.
Well, Kitty used to say that he'd stand in the back, wouldn't even give signs, just throw it.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go.
Kitty wasn't throwing 95 or plus.
That was a scary sign because Kitty got into that quick pitch mode that he was for a few years.
The 2-2 fouled away. Thurman Munson, watching the Bronx's burning, Bobby. I mean, I was such a fan growing up, but I mean, was he that tough? Was he that great a player?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, he was one of the great clutch players that I've ever seen in baseball, and Thurman. He had a lot of confidence in himself, and I think one of the biggest assets that Thurman had was being able to handle a pitching staff. I mean, we're making light of what we're talking about there, but he was dead serious, and the pitching staff knew that. He took a lot of pressure off the pitching staff. They believed in him. They trusted him. So whatever he put down, they didn't shake him off. Whatever he put down, whatever location, they felt that was the right thing to do at that time.
2-2. Grounded foul.
And if you can take some of that pressure off the pitchers and where they don't have to think a whole lot out there, you know how much better off you're going to be, right?
What do you mean?
Absolutely. You don't want them to think, right, Bob?
Well, take it the way you want to.
That's the way I'm taking it. There's the captain.
There he is, Tugboat. What we used to call him. He had the one of the.
Oh, he wanted that hit. It looked like he leaned into it.
He was tough. But you know what? If you're going to have a collision at home plate, that's the way you ought to do it. That's the way you ought to approach it if you got enough time, because
that one is looped into shallow left. That is going to dunk in for a base hit. 2 runs will score. It's a 2-run single for Thigpen. He snaps an 0 for 23, and the Blue Jays lead 3-1.
Well, it's a little bit of a hanging breaking ball, and it's right off the end of the bat. And Thigpen's going to break out of it, and it's going to be a big hit because he's going to knock in 2 runs to put the Blue Jays in front. He was 0 for 23 before that hit there.
Well, it's not how hard they hit it, but where Adam Lind hit a hanging curveball the opposite way. Hit it very hard.
You can't. I mean, those things are just going to happen. That could have been a little bouncer back to the home plate area, or it could have been a miss.
A strike to Almeida for Thigpen, his 6th and 7th runs batted in. So 3-1 Blue Jays, and the skies over Yankee Stadium getting darker and more threatening. That one's fouled back. And not only is this inning extended by that base hit, and the Yankees 1-0 lead is now a 3-1 deficit, but there are more pitches on the arm. Phil Hughes, he's approaching 80 pitches here in the 4th inning. This inning alone, he's thrown 31. This is the 32nd, the 0-2. Outside, 1-2. He threw 16 in the first, 15 in the second, 14 in the third, and now 32 here in the 4th. 77 overall, 53 strikes. So a 2-to-1 strike to ball ratio. Runner goes. Breaking ball is high. Throw to second is not in time. A stolen base for Thigpen. So he's in scoring position. We told you he's a catcher with speed.
This Blue Jay team doesn't run. They're 13th in the American League stolen bases. There's the sharp super shot. Curtis Thigpen, catcher or not, he's a good base runner.
Back at stolen base for Thigpen.
The 2-2. Punch foul.
Stolen base leader for the Blue Jays is ready to get surgery on his left shoulder. Vernon Wells with 16, but this Blue Jay team just doesn't run. It's not made out to run.
And the 2-2. Grounded to second base. Cano gobbles it up. And that'll do it. 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors and 1 left. Adam Lind with a base hit to drive in a run. Then Curtis Thigpen boops one into left for 2 ribbies. It's 3-1 Blue Jays. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Be an answer. Bobby deemed this a good question. Bobby Abreu has played 150 plus games in 10 consecutive seasons, and the question is who holds the record for most consecutive seasons with 150 plus games. Maybe Cal Ripken because of the record. Let's see. Willie Mays.
Wow.
How's it not Ripken?
You talked about consistency,
but it has to. It has to be Ripken. Anyway, the Blue Jays make the call to the bullpen. Brought to you by McDonald's. Stop into McDonald's today and try the new Angus third pounder. You won't believe your mouth. Brian Talent comes in, and that means Sean Markham cannot get the win.
That means
starter has to go 5 innings.
Probably that Sean Markham may have hurt himself.
Well, you know why it's not Cal Ripken? Our brilliant producer Kevin Smolin just told me. Strike year. Because it played 112 games. That broke the streak.
Strike year, what, 1994.
1994.
94. What?
Markham left the game with a sore right knee. Giambi goes down on strikes for the 2nd time. 1 against Markham, 1 against Talent.
The same pitch, 0-2. Talent got ahead on Giambi and have a sharper break to his slider that's predominantly we'll see with left-handed relievers coming in. There'll be some breaking ball down the way to the lefty. There'll be a lot of mixing and matching for John Gibbons and the Blue Jays. A lot of relievers come September time for these major league teams with the call-ups.
Along with Bobby Mercer and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Blue Jays lead the Yankees 3-1. Nubbed the other way, and it stays fair. Nice play by Adams, a better play by Stairs on the backhand scoop, 2 away. That ball was going foul and then just kicked fair.
Well, right off the end of the bat, it must have hit some sort of a clod or something. You saw it jerk back towards the infield side. It had that backspin on it.
Off the end of the bat, Bobby, I think it had that English as a cue ball, the spin. Talented, tall guy getting out of the way. Good play, Matt Stairs.
There's Doug Minkiewicz, pitches high. Blue Jays have 3 lefties in their bullpen. Talent, one of them. Then Kennedy, who pitched yesterday and got the win. Also, Scott Downs pitched yesterday. So those are the 3 left-handers. And that nicked Doug Minkiewicz, so he will take first base. Hey, Samsung's 4 Seasons of Hope and Joe Torre have teamed up to make a difference in the community. For every Yankees home run hit at home this year, Samsung will donate $1,000 to Joe Torre's Safe and Home Foundation to help end the cycle of domestic violence. You can join the team and support Samsung's Home Run for Kids by visiting fourseasonsofhope.com or joetorre.org, because a little hope can make a big difference.
Good place to add $1,000 right here.
Cabrera 0 for 2. 3 for his last 40. And the pitch, low and inside, 1-0.
What Kevin Long was talking about with Melky is that from the right side, he seems to be more solid and he stays back more. He doesn't drift as much as he does for the left side. He seems to want to drift a little bit with the pitch, and he gets out in front. Not able to drive the ball, but he stays back better on the right side.
I wonder when you go into a slump as a switch hitter if it's tougher to come out because you've got to work on 2 sides.
Well, you may, well, that's, you know, I don't know about a switch hitter. I don't know. That'd be
you go to your natural side.
Good question for Singy. Ouch.
By what you said, Bobby, Kevin Long saying he feels more comfortable for the right side. I would imagine that that's his natural side.
Popped up the other way and out of play.
Well, he's a left-handed thrower. So, but you know, Brooks Robinson, he was left-handed, played baseball right-handed. He was left-handed.
The 2-2. Driven out to right field and deep. Going back, Johnson on the track. He makes the play in front of the wall for the final out of the inning. So Melky gave it a ride, but Johnson ran it down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We played 4 here at the stadium. Blue Jays 3 and the Yankees 1. Thank you, Bob. We go to the 5th here at the stadium. It's 3-1 Blue Jays. Reed Johnson lines one to A-Rod, one away.
Woo, what a hot shot. Talk about having to have some quick reaction. Wow.
And he's playing in, Bobby.
Hot corner. Don't ever do that again, he said.
Pitch to Matt Stairs is upstairs. 1-0. Stairs 0 for 2, struck out looking and grounded back to the mound. There's a strike.
Michael, I got something I want to ask you.
What, Bob?
I know, or I've heard, that you're going to be in a play tonight.
Right.
Place that Ray Negron's play, the Boy of Steel, which is based on a book that Ray wrote.
Right.
And you're going to be a part of that play. I didn't know you were theatrical.
I didn't know it either. Now, how did you find this out? How did you find this out, Bob?
Well, you know, it's all over It's all over New York.
Right. I see you looking.
Are you the lead?
No, I'm not the lead.
You're not the lead.
No,
Are you the Boy of Steel?
I actually play the role of a doctor.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. I have a lab coat. I have 3 lines which I have not yet remembered. The play starts at 8 o'clock, so I'm hoping for a very long second rain delay.
Well, in between innings, you can practice with me if you want.
Okay, you could read the lines. Matt Stairs bloops one to left field. Coming on is Matsui. He cannot make the play. So Stairs with a bloop single.
Are you excited? Are you nervous?
I'm more nervous than excited, but I'm hearing that in the audience tonight is Martin Scorsese.
Really?
The great director. So I'm thinking that I might not show up tomorrow if I get a big movie contract. I could be discovered. This could be my moment. I saw that you read about that in page 6, where I was mentioned in page 6 in the Post.
Right.
I always wanted to make page 6 for, like, I don't know, canoodling with Jennifer Aniston, but
yeah, you get in for
being in the boys.
Being a thespian.
Being a thespian, you're right.
Page 6 says that the headline was, "We hear."
They heard correctly. I am having a hard time remembering the lines.
Well, that means you'll be here tomorrow. Then Scorsese won't. He won't go for that.
But I'm very, very good with improv, so I just might roll that way.
But think of this here: doctors always walk around with a clipboard.
Right.
You can put your line right on the clipboard.
Don't think I haven't planned that. And then I'll look down at the clipboard, in a somber way because I'm giving bad news.
Sure.
And, oh yeah, I got it all figured out. But I have a pretty good feeling I'll be back here tomorrow.
It still sounds that way, yeah. What doctor are you playing?
I'm actually playing the Yankees team physician, Dr. Hershon.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he know that?
I don't think so.
I think he does now.
But see, now there's another role in the play, and it's the role of George Steinbrenner. And I really didn't want to mess with that role. You mess that role up, you could get in trouble.
Who's George?
Scott Clark, WABC Channel 7 TV.
Sportscaster.
Yeah. Malone and Ollendorf. Darryl Strawberry's in the play as well. Plays a very big role. Darryl plays himself. The 1-2. Snap throw. And Stairs is back.
Well, I've read the book. It's a great book and very touching. And so it should be a wonderful play tonight. And I wish you all the best. Where do I send flowers?
Up for the end of my career?
Don't you get, I mean.
Supposed to break a leg or something, right?
There's a good chance that'll happen. The 2-2. Strike 3. Rio's down looking. Nice pitch by Phil Hughes right on the inside corner. 2 away.
I wish I could make it.
You can, Bobby, if you really want.
No, I can't.
Okay.
Painted fastball on the inside corner, just locking up Rios. It has enough velocity, see right over the inside corner. Nice pitch from Phil Hughes.
Perfect pitch.
There's Frank Thomas swinging a miss.
A good changeup right there from Hughes to Thomas. Bill settling in, using 3 pitches, fastball, curve, occasional slider, and his changeup there. You saw to Frank Thomas out in front of it.
Line drive, a base hit to left center. Stopping at second is Stairs. Second base hit for Thomas. And the Blue Jays have runners on first and second with 2 outs.
Fastball right down the middle. You can see where Thomas stands off the plate. He's looking for something from the middle of the plate away. And he just lashes one into center field. Quickly over was Cabrera, and I think that Thomas may have he's had some leg problems and some foot problems.
John Ford Griffin is going to pinch run for Thomas, and you can see he's laboring, and when he gets to first, he kind of pulls up and he knows that he's out of the game.
Maybe a handspring.
So John Ford Griffin, who was actually put on the roster today because they put Vernon Wells on the 60-day, that clears a spot on the 40. John Ford Griffin, a former draft pick of the Yankees, will pinch run for Thomas.
Thomas in his first at bat, he had a single. He's at second base, and he was tagging up to go to second, third after a fly out to Abreu, and he bothered it at that time.
As great a player as Thomas is, the second half of his career has been marked by many injuries, leg injuries, foot injuries, and he's got 512 home runs, and he would probably be closer to 600 if not for all the injuries. Hill fouls it back.
Good swing by Hill, and talk about Hill and the way he is swinging the bat right now. He may be the hottest hitter on this ball club. I think Hughes got away with one there.
Yes. It's a big thing for pitchers. It's about where and what you're trying to do with the pitch, not necessarily the result. I know that's what they get paid on.
I have heard that a lot of pitchers, they can tell a lot by the way the hitter swings, and gives you some indication, I guess, of what that pitch was or where you need to pitch him.
Well, you could see that, but you notice what a swing or a path of a swing based on a quality pitch, not the pitches that are hittable, because major league hitters will hit the balls down the middle, hanging, breaking balls, fastballs down the middle. But the quality pitches on the corner, that's where you can really see what hitters are trying to do. When they wrap and pull a ball on the inside part of the plate by getting the barrel out, not pulling their hands in, do they stay back and keep the lag of the barrel of the bat on the outside corner, pitches going away, do they pull off it? You can see a lot how late they are on fastballs that are either mediocre or a little bit better than average fastball. Then it comes down to exploiting the weakness and executing the pitch. So earlier with Adam Lynn getting a double, Curtis Thigpen fighting off a few pitches and getting a single. It wasn't how hard they hit it, was where they hit it.
The 1-2. High fly ball center field. Melky Cabrera. And that's the final out. So Phil Hughes has thrown 99 pitches over 5 innings. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. We're halfway through. Blue Jays up by 2. get another chance to see all the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore later after each game and again the next morning at 9, and it's only on Yes. Yankees down 3-1. Derek Jeter will lead off against Brian Callett. Callett in his second inning of work. Sean Markham started, went 3 innings, check that, and left because of a sore right knee.
Callett, part of a very good Toronto bullpen, second in the American League in ERA, behind Boston.
Since the All-Star break, the Blue Jays ERA as a pitching staff, not just starters, bullpen as well, 3.35. How good is that? It's the best in the major leagues. Second best during that time since the All-Star break, Cleveland at 3.54. And the thing that makes that all the more impressive to me, Al, those are American League teams.
Yeah, you see team ERA in the 3s for the American League. That's sometimes you'll see league-leading ERAs in the American League in the mid-4s, low 4s normally year in year out, but that's phenomenal. You know, Brad Arnsberg, I played with him in the minor leagues coming up with the Yankees. Let's see, Derek didn't like this call. This ball looks like it was on the outside corner, probably off the plate a little bit. The way Thigpen received that. There's Brad. Played a little bit with the Yankees, played with the Texas Rangers. He's really about finding what's good in the pitcher and make them feel good and confident in themselves. He's really into the psyche of allowing a pitcher to feel good about something, even if it's a bad performance with a lot of crooked numbers. You know, what did you do well today, and let's pull that out. And he plays with the psyche of these guys, and this pitching staff, they trust him in a big way.
Swing and a miss. Got Jeter on a breaking ball, and there's one out. Hey, if you get a chance, stop by and visit our friends at J&R Music and Computer World.
It's a slider to Derek. After that fastball away, the slider looks like it's off the plate. It's got good tight spin, and hitters can't identify that dot that they'll talk about. Couldn't lay off, and at the point of that swing, you just hope as a hitter, Derek was hoping he'd foul it off. This is a bullpen that has been without their closer all year. B.J. Ryan, big free agent signed 2 years ago from the Orioles. Jeremy Ricardo has stepped up as their closer. He's got 28 saves. We have a lot of quality arms and guys that have an idea how to pitch and manage a lineup and know which guys you can pitch to and give into or not. Certainly shortens the game.
Rio on Abreu.
Well, if that pitching continues for Toronto with A-Rod on deck, Toronto 12.5 games back in this Eastern Division here. And they have won 4 consecutive games now coming into Yankee Stadium for this game here. But, well, you got that pitching staff that you put together you're talking about there, Al. And it won't take long to make up 12.5 games in this division.
That's with a win last night following their tough loss on Thursday. And top of the second inning, and that's lead the Marlins 2-0. And Bobby Abreu works a walk. Never a good idea to walk somebody in front of Alex Rodriguez. And that's why it's good to be hitting in the number 3 hole in the Yankee lineup.
Talking about getting quality pitches to hit, and especially from a left-hander, you figure that with A-Rod hitting behind you and you're the left-handed hitter, you're going to get a better pitch to hit than Alex would get. Means a lot when you are complimented in the lineup.
Alex walked and scored and then singled to left. Count 0-1. off-speed pitch. Count 0-2.
Brian Talent, 6'7", big old tall pitcher coming off a tall mound. That was a good changeup. So it dived down the way from Alex.
Check swing, foul back. Sellout crowd, very, very quiet here at the stadium, looking for something to cheer about. Hasn't been much offense. In fact, for the Yankees, except for the bottom of the 9th inning yesterday, there hasn't been much to cheer about against the Blue Jays. The 0-2. 1-2. Derek Jeter's 1 for 3. He struck out twice today. Runner was going, the ball fouled back. Dark clouds over the right field grandstand here at the stadium. It rained at the start of the game, delayed the first pitch by an hour and a half. And the lights have been on since the very first pitch. Game started at 2:30. The exact time, if you're keeping track of these things and getting it notarized, 2:37. The 1-2, swing and a miss. He struck out A-Rod for the second out of the inning.
Well, the pitch that A-Rod I thought could hit out of the ballpark was the first pitch. We're going to take a look at what this first pitch was all about. It was right there. It was a little breaking ball, and it came back with a changeup. Tried to elevate it. Another breaking ball that kind of hung up the zone, and then that good slider down and in on the 2 strikes. That's the one you want to try to stay away from if you're a hitter.
Pitch to Matsui's outside 1-0.
Easier said than done. I mean, he had a couple of pitches that he hung, but he fouled them back.
Matsui against Talent, 4 for 5 in his career, one of the 4 home run. And the 1-0. Strike, outside corner, 1-1.
It's a pitch Hideki's looking, saying either A, that ball's off the plate, or if I got to reach that one, that's going to be tough to cover that one. And then also if Talent comes inside, that ball looked like it was running off the plate.
Well, you know, take your pick up to 2 strikes, whichever one you want to try to cover. You got to give yourself some sort of a chance when you go up there, because it's a game of failure anyway from the hitting standpoint. 70% of the time, more than half of the players fail.
The Talent for a lefty, I won't call him a specialist because he's pitching more than just getting the lefty out. Actually, is got better batting average against righties. 189 righties are hitting off him and 225 lefties. Every time you see a left-handed pitcher who their success of left-handed batters tells me that he's not coming inside on lefties enough.
Gray was leaning there, but Talent's move is not great, so he had plenty of time to get back. And the 1-2. Line drive, base hit, down the right field line. It goes into the corner. Playing it off the wall is Johnson. He bobbles the ball. Abreu rounds third. He's coming home. Matsui goes into third. He has an RBI. Yankees are trailing 3-2.
Well, let's take another look at it. This pitch inside, you see Matsui lining one down in the right field corner. We saw Johnny Damon have a little bit of a problem after that ball hit underneath the padding there, and it gets on you in a big hurry. If you haven't done that many times, you can mess it up just like Reed Johnson did.
Well, they scored a triple, and for Matsui, that's his 100th RBI of the season. So he reaches that magical number that all hitters want. And now the tying run is at third base for Jorge Posada. Count 1-0. Posada today is 1 for 2. Lined a single and picked up an RBI. That was off the wall and right in the second. Then tapped one back to the mound. The 1-0. Along with Bobby Mercer and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on the Yes Network. It's been a long afternoon here at the stadium, and maybe for you watching, we thank you for staying with us on this Saturday afternoon. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Blue Jays lead the Yankees 3-2. Jason Giambi awaits on deck. It's a 3-0 count on Posada. Giambi has already struck out against Talent. This is Posada's first at bat today against the left-hander. There's a strike. Breaking ball on 3-0.
3-0 breaking ball. That's the respect that Talent has for Posada.
Well, also too, Big Pen saw what Posada did in his first at bat against Markham on a 3-0 pitch. He got a fastball and hit it for a base hit.
The 3-1 just missed outside. Another breaking ball, trying to backdoor. So Posada walks, and that passes the baton to Giambi. Giambi in the 9th inning of yesterday's game picked up the game-tying RBI to tie the game at 4. And what was interesting about that hit in the 9th inning yesterday, Bobby, he jumped on the first pitch, which he hardly ever does.
And the inside out of the ball, you know, he looked like he was trying to hit the ball up the middle the opposite way, and that's what he did. He's got so much strength, you know, in the upper body and in the forearms and in the hands there. It got in on him just a little bit, but his strength was able to help him lift it over the shortstop's head into left field. But sometimes you get jammed like that because you're trying to stay in. I mean, that was a tough left-hander. You're trying to stay in that hitting area as long as possible, not bail out.
Talent deals. Buzzes a fastball up and in, 1-0. Now Jason Frazier closed out the game yesterday. He's warming.
Well, the managers have plenty of guys to go to in the bullpen. I think the Yankees have like 16 guys down in their bullpen, and there's plenty over for the Blue Jays for this September call-up.
1-0. 1-1. The Blue Jays have 10. 3 lefties and 7 right-handers. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. The 1-1. They say he went around. Rob Drake says Giambi did not hold up. And the count 1-2. You decide. I think he went around. There you're not so sure. His hands must be so strong to even hold it up that much. Hal, as a pitcher, every check swing was a swing, right?
Absolutely.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and Giambi down on strikes for the third time today. But the Yankees get back 1 run on 1 hit, 2 walks, no errors, and 2 men left. Talent strikes out the side, and we go to the 6th. 3-2 Jays. Yes, catch the premiere of Center Stage, Larry David. Don't miss this hilarious hour with the Emmy-winning actor, writer, and producer as he shows off his unusual brand of humor and shares some rare behind-the-scenes stories from the set of Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm, 2 of the greatest shows in television history. It's the premiere of GMC Truck Presents Center Stage, Larry David, Wednesday night at 11, only on Yes. I cannot recommend this show enough.
You have.
Was he as funny as he is?
Yeah, maybe more so.
Really?
Yeah, maybe more so.
I got to tune in for that. He's one of my favorites.
When is it tonight?
It's Wednesday. Ron Vallone takes over for Phil Hughes, and the first pitch from Russ Adams is popped up and caught there by Minkiewicz. They say in fair territory, 1 out. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's Adam Lind. Pitch is a strike.
It's the time of year that teams that like the Blue Jays that are out of it want to see who's going to be vying for a spot next year, and Adam Lind is one of them. Russ Adams, who we just saw, he's a guy that a couple years ago was their starting shortstop and just didn't pan out. And they're saying that they like to have him around. Maybe he could be a super utility player for next year. Maybe even have him take some fly balls. Curtis Thigpen's in a position too. They want to see what he can do behind the plate. So we always get an opportunity to see the teams that are out of it, to see what they feel and where they're trying to line up for the next year with their young prospects and future big leaguers.
And Vallone deals the 1-2. 2-2. Vallone trying to get a spot on the postseason roster. Pitched well last night. So Joe using him on back-to-back days. Yankees are missing that left-hander in the bullpen to match up against lefties. They got rid of Mike Myers, who's now with the Chicago White Sox. Sean Henn has had a shot. And Valone has pitched well since coming up from AAA, but not in real big moments. We'll see if they entrust him with a postseason spot and then a postseason big moment.
I don't know, if you're Ohlendorf now beginning to throw for the Yankees, if you're a left-hander and you're a specialist, to get left-handed hitters out, I think one of the prerequisites would be to have a good slider.
That one's driven deep to left field, backing up Matsui, made up a lot of ground and hauled it in for the second out.
Matsui had to go a long way. He never took his eye off the ball, and he finally caught up with it right at the edge of the warning track. And that's from the guy that's been bothered with some sore knees.
Well, Joe Torre will take the ball from Ron Valone, and he's going to start mixing and matching here to hold the Jays at 3-2. So he's going to call in the rookie Ross Ohlendorf. It'll be Ohlendorf against Thigpen. 2 outs in the 6th inning. Top of the 6th. Blue Jays lead 3-2. You come on back. Presented by Sharp Aquas, the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. Phil Hughes went 5 innings for the Yankees. Gave up a couple of runs. Actually 3 in the 4th inning. Matsui got the Yankees back to within 1 with that RBI triple, his 100th RBI of the year, and the Yankees trail 3-2 here in the 6th inning. Start of the game was delayed about an hour and a half with rain. First pitch was 2:37. Most of the crowd hanging around looking for the Yankees to break through. Ross Ohlendorf came over to the Yankees from the Diamondbacks in the Randy Johnson deal. Will make his 3rd appearance. 2 1/3 and 1 hit in 2 games. So he'll face Curtis Thigpen. And Thigpen with a big 2-run single in the 4th inning. That put the Blue Jays up 3-1.
Ross Ohlendorf, good fastball. It touched it into the mid to upper 90s. He's got a spike curveball. Slider, as you just saw there, first pitch to Thigpen.
What's a spike curveball?
Like a true 12-6er. Coming out of the hand like a fastball and just drops. It's got a called a spike. It's just spike it in the ground. It's that good. When his curveball's on, it's plus major league pitch.
Like a lawn dart.
Like a lawn dart.
1-1. That one is driven into center field. Melky's right there, and he'll put it away for the final out of the inning. So the Blue Jays go down in order 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 6th. The Blue Jays 3, the Yankees 2. And now, here's a word from our friends at Fox News Channel. these starting times. Coverage starts at 11:30 with batting practice today, half hour earlier. And the Tri-State Ford pregame show is at noon, a half hour earlier. Then at 12:30, you have to be sure to stay tuned for a special stadium tribute to Scooter, Phil Rizzuto, prior to the game. Yankees, Blue Jays, it all starts tomorrow morning at 11:30 only on Yes. Bottom of the sixth, it's 3-2. Blue Jays over the Yankees. And Joe Kennedy, who pitched yesterday and pitched so well, will come on to pitch the bottom of the sixth inning. Cano, Minkevich, and Cabrera do up, lefty-lefty switch hitter. And he relieves Brian Talent. Sean Malcolm started, and in 3 innings, he did not allow but just 1 run, and then left with a sore right knee. Cano swings at the first pitch and grounds it up the middle. Hill, 1 away, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Hey, Hill is pretty solid over at second base. We've seen him make just about every play there is to be made over there. And that was not an easy play. Got a lot of topspin on that ball, and you can see having to try to get his weight shifted so he can throw back towards first base makes it look easy. Not that easy of a play.
Well, with Robinson Cano running, he needed to make the transfer quickly, unlike last night where Posada was running, who's not as fast as Robinson. He didn't set himself, and as a result, Lyle Overbay had a tough time grabbing the ball out of the dirt. That prolonged the inning and ended up ruining the game for Roy Halladay, and eventually the Blue Jays end up winning the game, of course.
That's exactly what the Blue Jays thought the problem with that play was, because Hill should know who the runner is, and he had time to set and really fire a strike to Overbay to get Posada. Count 1-1 on Minkevich. He singled to center and was hit by a pitch. One and two. Melky Cabrera on deck. And the count 2-2. Blue Jays 3 runs on 7 hits. The Yankees 2 runs on 6 hits. Blue Jays have won 4 in a row. They took 3 from the Red Sox and 1 last night from the Yankees in 14 innings. And it shows you how teams could somehow make their own season. After they're eliminated, they could really dictate who's going where in the playoffs, what team is playing which other team.
And Toronto can be one of those big spoilers because of their pitching.
3-2. And Minkevich on for the 3rd time. He works a 1-out walk. Hey, this year, when you're out of town and out of the Yankees broadcast era, you can still watch Yankees baseball. That's right. How do you do it? You log on to MLB.tv. And you can watch the game on your computer via the internet. You can watch it live. For more details, visit Yankees.com, where baseball is always on. Blackout restrictions apply. Here's Melky Cabrera. He is 0 for 3 today and 3 for his last 41. Melky has essentially been the everyday center fielder since maybe the middle of May. But at his age, he certainly shouldn't be wearing down now. But he is in an extended slump. 3 for 41. Averages dipped under 280. Punch the other way, foul.
Well, the biggest thing for a young hitter to do is to learn that strike zone and learn it for your particular swing and and stay within that. A lot of times young hitters are always hitting behind in the count instead of in front of the count because they're swinging at bad pitches and they're overswinging and anxious.
Slow roller, going to be a very tough play. Kennedy makes the play. What a play by Kennedy, and a nice pick out of the dirt by Matt Stairs. Never thought they had a chance at Cabrera, but they get him on the 1-3 as Minkiewicz moves to second base.
And Kennedy needed to do just what he did. Thigpen has to get out of the way here. You want the ball who's coming to the ball as opposed to away from the ball to feel that ball, and Kennedy getting the slide the way he did, and that one hopper actually helped being able to get the ball quicker. You see Thigpen getting out of the way. That ball's rolling away from the catcher. Let the pitcher feel that ball. Previously with Talent on the mound, Thigpen almost got in the way of Talent. Good play.
Well, John Gibbons will go to his bullpen, and he continues to mix and match. He's got a deep bullpen with the call-ups. Now it's Jason Frazier's turn against Derek Jeter. As the season standings get closer, the fans try to sweep away the competition in a curling challenge and head to a Boston shooting range for one last shot at the title. It's an all-new Yes's Ultimate Road Trip tomorrow night at 7, only on Yes. So here is Jason Frazier, 47 games, 1-5, 4.28, less than a hit per inning, more than a strikeout per inning, and a good strikeout to walk ratio. And Frazier's going to face Derek Jeter. Derek is 1 for 10 with 3 strikeouts lifetime against Frazier. The tying run is at second base. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Blue Jays lead the Yankees 3-2. Jeter today is 1 for 3. Minkiewicz at second with 2 men out. Yankees trail 3-2. Yankees lost yesterday 5-4 in 14 innings. Long days at the ballpark. That game yesterday, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Today's game was supposed to start at 1, a rain delay, so we're closing in on 5 o'clock. Game not even 2/3 old yet. Fastball upstairs in the count, 0-1. 2 more regular season games here at Yankee Stadium tomorrow, and then Monday afternoon, which is the makeup of a rainout from April. And then the Yankees will finish the regular season on the road, 3 games in Tampa Bay, and then 3 games in Baltimore. Count 1-1.
Jason Frazier coming right after Derek Jeter. There you see is with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Very good numbers. Jason Frazier's got a his out pitch is slider. You see these setup guys, late inning guys coming up into closer territory, the middle relievers. They got 2 pitches, and usually it's a slider or a curve. His is a slider. There's a backup slider there, stayed on the inside part of the plate. Jason Frazier is part of this Blue Jay bullpen that's been a strength for them all year.
And the slider, the reason that it is a very difficult pitch to hit is that it's difficult to recognize because it looks like a fastball, and it is exactly what it is. It's sliding either into you or away from you.
And the 2-1. 2-2. Yankees at 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
Well, after that foul ball going straight back to the screen, the timing was right for Derek's swing, and because Frazier's got a good slider, I imagine he's got a couple opportunities here to throw that power slider of his. Derek Jeter, good 2-strike hitter, very good at going to right field.
The 2-2. Chop, right side, going to be a very tough play. And it's dropped. Frazier dropped the toss from Stairs, and then Minkiewicz will stop at third.
It's a tough. Well, go ahead, Bobby.
You go ahead.
Well, that's a tough transfer. You see how much the pitcher has to turn around. He stepped with his left foot toward the outfield. Watch Frazier stepping with his right foot toward the outfield, and then the ball coming back to his left side. That's a real tough play. Really, it's an in-between play. You want your first baseman to go after every ball. And I think after that play, Matt Stairs was talking to Hill, and that Hill looked like he would have been in position to field that ball had Stairs just gone back to first base.
I think maybe Frazier hurt his ankle or his foot because he had it right on the middle of the bag, and I'm not so sure that Derek didn't maybe touch that foot with his foot as he was trying to put his foot on the bag at the same time. So
well, he's busting over there. You see out of the box now. It's a matter of find the bag and get ready before he steps, and that's all bang bang. You don't have that much time. It does look like he tweaked his ankle a little bit. But his left foot, by stepping toward the second base, where second baseman would be, he pulled around a little bit.
I think Jeter stepped on his foot. He had it right in the middle of the bag, and there was no room for Jeter.
Here's Abreu, 0 for 2 with a walk, keeping Jeter close. Down 1-0. Scott Downs warming. Along with Bobby Mercer and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball on Yes. We thank you for joining us. Bottom of the 6th inning, 3-2 Jays. Yankees threatening, runners on the corners, 2 outs. Frazier against Abreu. Abreu at 98 ribbies. Matsui's picked up his 100th. and the 1-1. You know, Bobby, the way this game is flying along, my understudy might get a chance to.
I was just going to ask you what time the play was tonight.
Or maybe the real Dr. Hershon could, play the role.
Well, he's probably the best understudy you could get, I would think.
And the count 3-1. You don't want to lose Abreu, and pitch to Alex Rodriguez with the bases loaded. And the 3-1. Driven the other way. For those keeping score at home, the slow roller to the right side, really the chopper to the right side, Derek Jeter is given a hit. It's not an E3 or an E1. So the hits are even at 7 apiece. Jeter will be going on a 3-2 and 2 outs. And Cavett stays put. The pitch. He walked him and now has to face A-Rod. And the pitching coach, Brad Arnsberg, will come out. He's had 2 grand slams this season. One April 7th, that was a walk-off against the Orioles, and this one was June 7th in Chicago. So an opportunity right here, and A-Rod has great numbers against Frazier, 4 for 7. Now in a spot like this, Al, I've always wondered, what could Brad Arnsberg be saying to Jason Frazier that Frazier doesn't already know about Alex Rodriguez?
Well, for one, you want to slow him down and get his mind back onto what are you going to do here? What's your job? Is to make pitches. This is the scout report. This is what we went over. What are you thinking? This is what I'm thinking, and this is what I think you should go ahead and do. And it's really to clear his mind from what's going on. He's got bases loaded. He walked Minkevich, a little base hit, kind of a rough play at first base from Matt Stairs, and then he walks Bobby Abreu. So more than anything else, to collect himself and think about a game plan right here.
Alex with 516 home runs. He's 4th on the active leader list. Bonds, Sosa, Griffey, A-Rod, and Frank Thomas. Bases loaded. Minkevich, Jeter, and Abreu. Yankees trail by 1. Breaking balls outside. Now Alex already has a career high 143 ribbies. He picked up that ribby last night in the 9th inning. He has not had a home run since September 9th, so his power has shorted out just a bit, but he has 52 on the year. The crowd with the MVP chant.
And if he gets in a bad count, he starts him off with a slider, it's off the plate. What you don't want to do as a pitcher with as great as Alex Rodriguez is to give in, to think, throw a strike, put it over the plate, make him hit it at somebody in a situation like this.
Driven to right field. It is a base hit. It'll go to the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes Jeter. He'll score. They're holding up Abreu. It's a 2-run double for Alex Rodriguez. And the Yankees take a 4-3 lead. Another big hit for Alex Rodriguez.
This was a 1-0 pitch. After the slider, look at the fastball right down the middle. Great hitting. His head is down, and he goes the other way. Doesn't try to do too much in the sense of trying to pull off that ball. Hits a line drive to right field. Big hit right there, Alex Rodriguez. And what I mean by not giving in, don't think that you have to be middle of the plate. Still take it as though you have to go for the corners. If you walk them, you don't want to walk them, but you got a lefty in most cases, as John Gibbons doing right now. He's going to take him out.
145 runs batted in this year for Alex Rodriguez. So many of them very big runs. So he's now 5 for 8 lifetime against Frazier. Frazier's out. Scott Downs in to face Hideki Matsui. Yankees up by 1. They put the Yankees ahead 4-3. Here's how it happened.
Well, I'm glad that Alex did not let that pitch go by. I mean, that was a good pitch. He fought it off into the opposite field corner. And like you said, Michael, those 145 RBIs, a lot of those runs that he knocked in have been big, important runs late in the game. Game winners. Put the Yankees out in front. Just an incredible year that A-Rod is having, and he's certainly making his mark here at Yankee Stadium.
Scott Downs against Matsui. This is a big at bat. Yankees have a 1-run lead. The runners on second and third. Abreu trying to distract Downs. He was darting down the line at third. Matsui picked up his 100th ribby with a triple his last time up. Count 1-0.
If you're watching a guy out like Matsui swinging at this particular time, would you throw him anything inside? I wouldn't throw him any fastballs inside. I'd make everything be away, and especially breaking balls away, because he's pulling off the ball just a little bit.
There's a big breaking ball, just what you said, Bobby. And the ball that he hit in his last at bat was a breaking ball, but Brian Talent just didn't get it to where he wanted it, and it ended up being inner half. But any time that a hitter's struggling, they're usually eliminating the opposite way. They're pulling off, they're anxious, they're pulling the trigger a little too soon for their fastball, and as a result, if that front shoulder flies, you got the outer half of the breaking ball, especially lefty on lefty.
And the count 2-1.
He's trying to show him the fastball inside and then throw the breaking ball and get him to chase the breaking ball away. But Downs better be careful, because you don't want to miss it inside. That's a dangerous pitch now to Matsui.
Abreu and A-Rod, third and second. Yankees have taken the lead 4-3. They led 1-0 after 2. Blue Jays with 3 in the fourth. Made it 3-1. Then the Yankees are running the fifth, and now 2 in the sixth. Looking for more of the 2-1. Grounded sharply through for a base hit. Abreu scores. Here comes A-Rod. He'll score. It's a 2-run single for Hideki Matsui. And the Yankees lead 6-3.
Slow breaking ball. I think it kind of hangs out in the middle of the plate and maybe a little bit inside, and Hideki was right on it, and he pulled it between first and second. Big 2 RBIs. Now Matsui with 102 runs batted in, and the Yankees have taken a 6-3 lead.
Now on that pitch, something happened to Downs. The Yankee dugout really happy. The Blue Jay dugout right away concerned with downs. The trainer came right out. So did John Gibbons. Gibbons doesn't even want to mess with having him throw. He said, just take him out of the game. We'll see if we can pick anything up. Almost looks like his back, huh?
Back or a hamstring.
But now as he's walking up the mound, he kind of just stretched his arm toward the sky. You hope it's not anything with his arm. They've used him a lot this year. He's been a workhorse for them. And he gives up a big hit to Hideki Matsui. So the Blue Jays will have to go to the bullpen. The reliever will have as much time as he needs. Big day for Hideki Matsui. Hit some great plays another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore later after each game and again the next morning at 9, and it's only on Yes. Well, John Gibbons has to go to the bullpen again. Brandon League will come on, hard throwing right-hander. Came into spring training and his fastball wasn't there. This guy throws about 96, 97, and he had to build himself back up. Worked in the minor leagues, and he's been up now for 11 games. They used to envision him as the closer of the future, but it just didn't pan out that way.
But as you said, he was a guy that had tremendous velocity. Comes to spring training and literally lost 8 miles an hour off his fastball. Just came off the disabled list on September 4th with a right oblique. It's his second stint on the disabled list this year.
Matsui, a big night, 3 for 4 with 3 ribbies. Alex Rodriguez picked up 2 more ribbies. He has 2 hits. Alex has 145 ribbies on the season. Just an amazing year, an MVP type year. He won it in 03, 05. He's going to win it again. So 3 MVPs for Alex Rodriguez. So he's put together quite a season here in his 4th year with the Yankees. And they'll give League as much time as he needs. So this is how it broke down. Yankees with a run in the second. That gave him a 1-0 lead. Blue Jays with 3 runs against Phil Hughes in the 4th. Yankees came back with a run in the bottom of the 5th. Hughes out of the game after 5. And Ron Ballone got the first 2 outs of the 6th, and Ross Ohlendorf the final out. Yankees with 4 runs here in the 6th inning, still batting, and they've taken a 6-3 lead over the Blue Jays. So as it stands right now, it's up to the discretion of the official scorer, but Ross Ohlendorf is the pitcher of record. And a reference to The Bronx is Still Burning 30 years later. 1977, that's what that book and the movie about. And now in 2007, things are looking pretty good as well. Hey fans, mark your calendars for October 31st when the regular season of Nets basketball tips off on Yes. Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson are back for a new season and ready for another exciting playoff run. Catch Nets basketball all season long right here on Yes, your home for everything Nets. (6-3) Yankees. Brandon League has finished his warm-ups. As soon as we find out what was wrong with Scott Downs, we'll certainly get it to you. And here is Jorge Posada, 1 for 2 with a walk. And the pitch. Grounder to short. Almeida will go the short way and get the force, and that'll do it. But the Yankees get 4 runs on 3 hits. The first big hit, Alex Rodriguez, a 2-run double to right field. Then Hideki Matsui, a 2-run single to right field. All of it adds up to Yankees 6, Blue Jays 3. Blue Jays. Now the first 18,000 fans 14 and under are going to receive a Yankees baseball card set and display cube courtesy of Upper Deck. Tickets are going fast, so visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops. You can call Ticketmaster at 212-307-1212 or log on to Yankees.com. Well, 4 RBIs right there. Alex Rodriguez gave the Yankees a 4-3 lead with an RBI double down the right field, two-run double down the right field line. And then Hideki Matsui double through the right side, or single through the right side of the infield to make it 6-3. So the offense right there, and Jose Veras comes on in relief of Ross Ohlendorf.
Pretty good numbers by Veras in his 5th game coming up. Could be pitching himself into the postseason playoffs if he continues what he's been doing. He's done a good job.
And he will deal to Ray Almeida. There's a strike. Almeida against the Yankees in his career is 0 for 18 with 4 strikeouts. The 0-1. Thought about a bunt, and the count 1-1. Almeida's 0 for 2 today. And yesterday, he stayed in the whole game. He was 0 for 6. He's 1 for his last 19 overall. 1-1. And that could be his first base hit. And it is. And it kicks the other way. Abreu kind of lollygagging. And Almeida takes advantage and goes into second. Abreu did not hop on that after the bad hop. And then Almeida picks up a leadoff double.
Gets a changeup from Jose Veras. You see Almeida out in front, hitting off his front foot, but he still had his barrel of the bat back enough, and he just was able to put a little blooper in there and watch Bobby Abreu. The ball skips back. It has that checkup, almost like a golf pitching wedge. You see the ball check up and go the other way. completely made a right turn. I don't know if Bobby realized right away that Olmedo was busted in the second.
6-3, Yankees lead the Jays. Here's Reed Johnson. Reed is 0 for 3 today. Last time up, he hit a bullet to Alex Rodriguez. Olmedo is getting such a gigantic secondary lead. Nobody's checking him back. And he's about a third of the way to third base by the time Barris delivers the ball. Count 2-0.
Well, Rocco, you definitely don't want the runner to just be able to get a huge secondary lead and walk into third base. Robinson Cano's got to make a little bit of an effort there to keep Olmedo from not getting a big running start. Also, too, not only did you just get this third with the sacrifice fly, but base it to the outfield. You want to get a good jump, score from second.
And the count now 3-0 on Johnson, and you've got Stairs and Rios lurking. Yankees used Jabba Chamberlain yesterday, unavailable. Used Mariano Rivera, probably available to nail down a save. They used Luis Vizcaino, sure they like to stay away from him. Kyle Farnsworth was not used yesterday. And there's a strike.
And we don't even know if Farnsworth is available today because he's had a stiff neck and a sore shoulder.
I think Kimberly Jones reported that he wasn't available.
He wasn't.
Edouard Ramirez, who did pitch yesterday, warming, so Joe Torre's going to have to try to piece it together over the final 3 innings. (3-1) and Barris walks Johnson. So the Blue Jays have runners on first and second, nobody out, and Guidry wants to talk with Barris. Important batter, Matt Stairs, has power. Make a mistake, all of a sudden it's a tie game. Also, Edouard Ramirez, when he pitched yesterday, he's the one who allowed that home run to Alex Rios. A 2-run shot that made it 4-0.
Matt Stairs, good fastball hitter. At any time a pitcher struggled a little bit with his command, as Barris just showed there, he's certainly going to be sitting fastball. This is a good opportunity, especially also too, to slow your delivery down, slow your body down to get a breaking ball over early in the count.
And there's a strike. Good hard fastball. Barris throws hard. That's why what Bobby said is really rings true. He has a chance to make this postseason roster with this stuff.
Well, he's opened their eyes up because he retired both batters that he faced last night. And in Tuesday's win versus Baltimore, he tossed a perfect 8th inning in that game.
Not only velocity, Michael, but even that last fastball, that looked outer half middle and then moved away. Good tailing fastball.
The 0-1. The count 1-1.
How hard is it to throw a strike? It just seems to be so hard from a pitcher standpoint to throw a strike.
When it becomes a mental thing, when you get behind and you walk a guy and you allow the circumstance to kind of play into it, then you start feeling it. You feel it. As opposed to just, when you're on the side, you can throw 8 or 9 out of 10 strikes.
Yeah.
But when there's an umpire and consequence and you walk somebody, you gave up a hit, you start, as a pitcher, you start letting negative thoughts creep in. You're seeing bad results, and then as a result of that, you end up trying to make that perfect pitch.
And now it's 3-1. Really working himself into problems. A bloop double, a walk, and now a 3-1 count on Stairs.
I would say based on your question, if you were just totally disregard of this circumstance and just say, here, hit it, most major league pitchers can throw a strike pretty much every time.
3-1. Trying to tie it up right there, 3-2.
Yeah, we see that 3-0 a lot of times. You know, when they figure the hitter's going to be taking that 3-0 pitch, and they throw it in there for a strike. Sometimes the umpire helps them out a little bit, but
a little cookie. Right,
yeah. But it just seems like a lot of times they're just very difficult to throw a strike.
3-2. Serves it into left field, but it slices foul into the seats.
And then it depends on the pitcher. Jose Veras is a max effort, kind of arms and legs kind of guy. You see his delivery at the end. He kind of really gets a little extra hop into it. So really, I wouldn't consider him a smooth delivery kind of guy. So there's a lot of mechanics that go into his delivery that he has to be perfect.
Almeida at second, Johnson at first. The 3-2. He struck him out. Might have helped out Veras a bit, chasing the pitch out of the zone. 1 away.
Well, he definitely helped him out on the 3-1 fastball that was up in the zone. You see that ball running away. That's a perfect pitch. 3-2 count. You see Matt Stairs just hoping that he can foul it off and was unable to.
Here's a dangerous Alex Rios. Rios represents the tying run. And there's a strike.
Sinking outside corner, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. That's nearly unhittable.
Rios has a hit in each game this year against the Yankees. He has a 16-game hitting streak dating back to last year against the Yankees. And he's already doubled in this game. So the count 0-2 on Rios.
Rios thought that slider was up in the zone. Didn't like Angel Hernandez's call. Certain umpires, you know, if you look at them funny, I know we have this Questec now, so they're on the computer, but I always thought if there was an opportunity to really upset the hitter based on the hitter looking at the umpire, set up way off the plate about 6-7 inches and just hit the glove foot outside, see how mad the hitter will get after that.
So you would actually throw pitches just to goad the hitter into hating the ump?
Yes. In non-Questec stadiums in an 0-2, 1-2 count, if I saw a hitter and he looked back and started jawing at the umpire, and especially a guy hothead like Angel Hernandez, get outside, about a foot outside, and just I'm going to paint perfect presentation, catch right in the middle. And once upon a time, there were some umpires, as a result of the hitter in his face, they called a strike three.
The 1-2. And that one gets away from Posada, and both runners move up. A wild pitch. Can I ask you, Al, what hitters fell into that trap?
You know, I don't even know really, Michael, who come to mind, but some that just constantly complained. You see a hard slider, Posada trying to do the turtle effect, break down shoulders, bow the shoulders in, just skipped away. There's just a handful of guys over the league that you know that if I was an umpire, I wouldn't want the hitter to be jawing at me, especially if I thought the ball was right there. I can't even think of names, but I know it's happened. And I know I got maybe not a foot outside, but you know, off the plate a little.
The 2-2. Grounded foul.
Earlier in my career, I had an umpire. Then I just kind of glanced back at him on what I thought was a questionable call, and I heard him tell the catcher, "You can get out as far as you want to." He said, "This guy will never hit this ball." and the catcher moved maybe a foot and a half half outside, and the next pitch was out there. I mean, you couldn't. If I reached out, I couldn't hit it with my bat. He called me out. I didn't look back at him anymore.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. 2 outs.
Big strikeout. Dangerous hitter. Pulled the trigger on him. See how he went after him. Fastball, good pitch. Breaky ball kind of hung up. Got maybe a questionable call there. That's up high, and the breaky ball in the dirt. Now the fastball, and then a good breaky ball that Rios just swung at and waved at.
Here's John Ford Griffin. He took over as a pinch runner for Frank Thomas in the 5th inning. Thomas pulled up lame on a single. Career in the big leagues, Griffin 4 for 13, former #1 draft pick for the Yankees. .96-mile-an-hour heat. Yankees lead 6-3. The 0-2. And that one gets past Posada. Olmedo will score. And moving to third is Johnson. The Yankees now lead 6-4. 2 wild pitches for Veras.
Well, it's got to be a cross-up. He's setting up away, and this is a slider or cutter or something that goes way inside. I don't think that Posada was looking for a backdoor slider there. He saw the ball that just cut inside.
That was sort of pass
ball.
That is tough. Howie Carpenter, the official scorer. That is a tough scoring rule. The 1-2 outside.
Well, the only way you'd call that a pass ball is if you knew that he wasn't crossed up, because normally he'd catch that ball. But well, Posada's better than that. He knew a cutter was coming, he'd catch it.
And also, I mean, the pitch was way off where the glove was. He had to shift all the way over there.
Instead of handing it, though, he tried to reach underneath it. And he just couldn't get his glove in a good position.
Count 3-2. And on deck is Aaron Hill, the second baseman. .32, and John Ford Griffin walks. So runners on the corners with 2 outs, and here's the dangerous Aaron Hill. Hill's 1 for 2 with a walk today. Pitch is high. Crowd getting restless. I'm sure Joe Torre getting restless as well. Ramirez is ready. Chopped toward third, foul.
Harris has got the arm. He's got the pitches. It's just the inconsistency that he has that would keep him from the big leagues. I mean, he just took care of one of the tough hitters in Rios, and then all of a sudden he lost the fact that he could throw the pitches over for a strike, and the inconsistency of throwing balls to strikes.
Could not hold up on that breaking ball.
Well, absolutely, Bobby. Jose Veras has got very good stuff. That stuff doesn't always translate into good results, but I can see why the Yankees are excited about Veras and his stuff, because he's got closer arm.
And the pitch. Line to left field coming on Matsui. He's going to have to play it on a hop. 1 run scores. John Ford Griffin goes into third. He's in there. And Aaron Hill goes into second. And the Blue Jays now trail by 1, 6-5. So it's a single and an RBI, and Hill goes to second on a throw to third.
Well, we talked about Aaron Hill and how hot he is, and looked like a pretty good pitch. He's way out in front, but he kept the hands back just long enough to be able to hook it out into left field and find a hole out in between Hideki Matsui. It looked for a moment like Matsui had a chance to maybe catch that ball, and he had to back up right at the last second. So
I look like he pulled up just a bit, and we'll take another look at that. Edouard Ramirez makes his way in. He'll face Russ Adams. Runners on second and third. Yankees holding a 1-run lead. Blooper into left field. Looked like it could be caught. Let's take another look.
Well, right off the bat, he had a jump. I just think he didn't think he'd get it. Maybe the danger of if he dove and it went past him, maybe for sure that guy was going to score. From the looks of right off the bat, that previous replay, he was off at the crack of the bat.
Pitches inside. We just get word on Scott Downs. He left the game with a strained back. Those are the numbers on Edouard Ramirez. His specialty is the changeup. He's got a lively fastball as well, but the changeup is his out pitch. And there it is right there for a strike. That was ripped to right field, giving chase is Abreu. He can't get there. 2 runs will score. Russ Adams goes into second with a 2-run double, and the Blue Jays have come back, and they lead 7-6.
Well, the Blue Jays in this first 2 games, they are getting some timely hits. This is another one by Russ Adams. Like a changeup up in the strike zone, and he just lofts it into right field in front of Abreu, and And the 2 runs will put the Blue Jays out in front. No chance for Abreu to catch up with it. So the Jays now have answered the Yankees 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning, and they're looking for more.
Lynn on that changeup, count 1-1. So the Yankees score 4 in the 6th. The Blue Jays score 4 in the 7th to come back. Blue Jays have been very spunky of late. They swept the Red Sox. They beat the Yankees yesterday in 14 innings. And now making it tough again. That one's fouls back the fastball.
Well, Farnsworth being hurt, that is really going to hurt the rotation, especially today, out of the bullpen, because of all the guys that were used last night in that 14-inning game.
There's Chris Britton. And the 1-2. Off the glove of Posada, and Adams will go to third. Rough inning behind the plate for Posada. 2 wild pitches and a pass ball. And remember, he caught the extra inning game yesterday. Not the entire extra inning game, but most of it.
See that ball where he's setting his glove up. Obviously, the catchers are trained to see the ball from their chest protector down to the dirt. And you see that often with catchers. Once it gets that high, they lose it the last 10 feet. It's just a matter of hoping that your glove is in the right position. Many times that high, you'll see a catcher actually stand up and catch it. All happens so quickly. 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, it takes a half a second to get to home plate.
So another payoff pitch to Adam Lynn, and the 3-2. Fly ball shallow left center. That's going to dunk in. Scoring is Adams. It's another bloop single, another RBI, and the Blue Jays lead 8-6. Well, the Blue Jays certainly have not pounded the ball in this inning, but they have certainly hit them where they aim.
Well, they've kind of done this the whole game, too, you know, just kind of dunking one in right field, dunk one in center field, and left field. That's off the end of the bat. And that's going to fall in between Matsui and Cabrera.
Well, it was a changeup, and Bobby, you could explain better, having been an outfielder, but the outfielders see the big swing and they anticipate it being hit harder than it actually was, and there's that split second of freezing.
Tendency to take about a half a step back before you actually recognize that the ball wouldn't hit that hard.
Big pen fouls it back.
But even on that swing right there, that was just a dunker. I don't think anybody could have gotten to that one. But you're right. I mean, it's just the move that you make, because the guy's taking a full swing. You see the ball go up in the air, and you figure you got to go back when you hit it hard. And it's that half a step that has cost you because you took back that you couldn't catch it.
And the count 1-1 on Thigpen. Thigpen with an RBI double in the 4th inning, and that broke an an RBI single, I'm sorry, in the 4th inning. That broke an 0 for 23. And Ron Guidry now wants to talk with Edouard Ramirez. Is this a pick-me-up, Al, because he hasn't been hit hard, but he's certainly given up runs?
Yeah, look, anytime a pitching coach comes out to a mound, I don't care at what level, you should be there to boost the confidence of whatever's going on or give a guy a breather. And those are usually the two reasons why a pitching coach will come out. Or if they see something mechanically. Normally a pitching coach should stay away from mechanics, especially at that time, because you're worried about getting a hitter out. You want to make pitches. 9 out of 10 times, Michael, it's just to give you a breather, take a step back, look the pitching coach in the eye, listen to what he has to say. Usually it's some sort of pitch selection.
When you got to be a veteran, did you ever tell a pitching coach, get out of here?
Jokingly.
Kidding on the square?
Yeah.
But you really meant it?
No. These guys are there to help. I wasn't that good.
I've heard stories of pitchers saying, well, why are you here? Get out of my sight. No, I'm sorry, that was something somebody told that to me. My wires crossed.
Well, you know Art Fowler. Art Fowler
Yeah.
used to be pitching coach for Billy Martin everywhere where he went, and Art came out one time to talk to the pitcher. Came out to talk to the pitcher, and Art ran out there. The pitcher was doing pretty good, and Billy had sent him out there for something. I don't know what it was. And so he got to the mound. And he said, and the pitcher looked at him and said, "Well, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Well, I don't know." He said, "All the thing I know is that Billy is really mad." And turned around and walked.
I think he used a
turned
different
around and
choice
ran
word.
back to the dugout.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner goes. And that one's popped up foul behind the plate.
I had Art Fowler in 1988 with Billy Martin as the manager, and his thing was he'd come out, and I was really erratic. I mean, more so even than the last few years. Didn't have a clue where I saw it. At least at the end of my career, I kind of knew where it was going. And he would say, "What you doing? Just put the ball over the plate. You got good stuff." And that was it. There was nothing more than that. And he'd turn away and run away and walk in. I think it was Rick Sirota or Joel Skinner. We just looked and said, "Okay. You got good stuff."
Obviously, Art was from down south.
He's North Carolina.
High fly ball. This one to fairly deep center. Melky Cabrera is there, and he'll put it away for the final out of the 7th. But 5 runs for the Blue Jays on 3 hits. No errors, and 1 man left. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Blue Jays lead the Yankees 8-6. Stay where you are, though, as we honor America here in the Bronx.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? Please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the service men and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. Now, please join Kate Smith as she sings "God Bless America."
The bottom of the 7th inning, a strange game. A lot of dunkers, a lot of bloopers falling in for the Blue Jays, and all making it count. So they've got the baseball gods in their favor today, as the Blue Jays lead the Yankees 8-6. You got Brandon League in now, face the bottom third of the Yankee order, Giambi, Cano, and Minkiewicz. And the pitch outside, 1-0. And the count 2-0. And the pitch, foul back. Blue Jays have the shift on. Their shift is a little different than other shifts against Giambi, because the second baseman is almost playing behind the first baseman, and the shortstop is playing where the second baseman would play.
Playing for the bloop.
Now Farnsworth is warming, as well as Kei Agawa. That one is driven into left field. Hit the ball well, but right at Adam Lind, one away.
Look at that. Planting straight away at left field, and the extreme pull on the infield. And Jason hits it right to the. You know, you go back there as a player and you say, well, look at all the dunkers that they've got. Now I've hit this ball hard, and I go the opposite way, and it's right at the guy.
You know, watching the scout reports and spray charts and all that, I'm a big believer of it now. You know, every one of these at bats are documented and charted and put in some kind of book or computer, and there's rhyme and reason to where the players play, and it could mean the difference between a hit or an out.
Hits to Cano, is outside, 1-0.
With that, in scouting, your defense is going to play accordingly to who the pitcher is and whether he executes his game plan. And I think over the years, just having faced them, the Braves did it the best of anybody.
You can see that League throws very hard. He's at 95-96 on all of his pitches.
Well, you can see why all the, as you mentioned, Al, the scouting and the percentages, percentage moves, etc. When you are in a game that you could fail 70% of the time and still be at the top of your industry, a little percentage here, a little percentage there means a whole lot in winning a ball game. And over 162 games, when you add all that up, that's the reason those reports are very, very important. Like you say, positioning, pitcher versus batter.
And he walks Robinson Cano on 4 pitches. And that'll bring up Doug Minkiewicz as the tying run here in the bottom of the 7th.
Would this be a distraction? I mean, obviously I think the hitter could ask Brandon League. You know, he's got a bunch of tattoos all the way down to his wrist on both hands. I mean, both arms. And if a hitter asked him to wear a sleeve all the way down to the wrist so that he wouldn't be distracted by that tattoo, obviously he'd have to do that, right?
I think he was. I don't know how many of the tattoos are exposed, but well, they're on the left arm.
Yeah, you're right. That's why he does wear the sleeves as long as he does, because his arms are covered in tattoos. There's a strike.
Now that would be distracting when? Because not through the release.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see the ball. If you're trying to see and pick up the ball right out of his hand, you're going to see the wrist too.
Ryan Wolf warming.
You can see now, or maybe the beginning part, but at least it's awfully fast.
Squibb the other way, foul ball.
That's just a technical thing. I mean, you know, you're not supposed to. The pitcher's not supposed to. You tell me, they're not supposed to wear anything or have anything on their hands to distract the hitter.
I remember
that's not a uniform.
Jay So, pitcher, when I was with the Mets, he used to wear this lucky little bracelet, and we barely could see it. And some teams would notice it, some wouldn't.
Sure.
You have to take it off.
Sure.
In some games, he'd keep it on.
Diego Segui. I think it's Diego Segui, the pitcher.
Yeah.
He had more stuff on him that you could ever imagine, and you talk about distraction.
That one is skied to left field. Giving chase is Lind. He can't get there, and it bounces into the seat. So the Yankees get one of those base hits, a double. And moving to third is Cano. So second and third with one out.
Well, that's what you're talking about. This is another one off the end of the bat. You can see the ball moving away from Mientkiewicz. And he just lofts it down the left field line. Lind could not catch up with it. Ball bounces into the stands and possibly cost the Yankees a run there.
Pinch runner for Mientkiewicz. It's Bronson Sardinha, who scored the tying run yesterday when he was pinch running for Jorge Posada in the ninth. So that's the tying run, and Torrey wants that run to be able to score on a single by Melky Cabrera. Ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Here comes Sardinha. The ball is bobbled by Lind. It's a two-run single for Melky Cabrera, and we are all tied at 8.
Melky jumping on this sinker, running down and away. Good hitting. Look his head down. Watches the ball, the barrel of the bat hit the ball. Just enough out of the reach of Omeda at shortstop. You see Brandon League obviously not happy with that. A CNI base hit.
I haven't seen Brandon League on all the left-handed hitters throw anything inside. He's been everything from middle plate away, and the hitters have already adjusted to that, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking to take it to the opposite way. He's kind of a slinger, and the ball, is sinking down and away from him. I haven't even seen him come inside yet.
Here's Derek Jeter. So the game is tied at 8. Strange game. Start of the game delayed an hour and a half by rain that no one really expected. But the sky opened up pretty good. And the pitch to Jeter is a strike. And this has been a seesaw affair. Yankees led 1-0. They trailed 3-1. They trailed 3-2. Then they led 6-3. And then they trailed 8-6. And now it's 8-8. There's a strike.
Well, anytime that the Yankees could get to the middle relievers of any team, even as good of the bullpen that Toronto has shown this year, that's what lineups will try to do. Don't get to the setup guy closer, get out there earlier. And with Sean Markham coming out of the game after 51 pitches, they're taking advantage of that.
Missed outside, 1-2. Runner goes, and that one is chopped to Stairs. And he will take the out at first. Second out of the inning as Cabrera advances in the scoring position.
Well, that ball just a chopper right to Stairs. If it bounces over his head, the Yankees are going to take the lead because that's going to go all the way down in the corner. And Cabrera being off on that pitch was definitely going to score with his speed.
Huge jump.
Well, John Gibbons going to mix and match again. He will go to the bullpen and call on Brian Wolf. Wolf will face Abreu. So the numbers are obviously good there. Brandon League has given up the lead. Melky Cabrera is his responsibility. We're 8-8 in the 7th. back in the Bronx for a Sunday matinee. Now, the coverage starts at 11:30 with batting practice today and the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then at 12:30, be sure to stay tuned for a special stadium tribute to the Scooter, Phil Rizzuto, prior to the game. Yankees, Blue Jays, it all starts tomorrow morning at 11:30, and it's only on Yes. Here's Brian Wolf, and he's going to face Abreu with the tying or the go-ahead run at second base. Abreu's 0 for 2 with 2 walks today, and he has scored twice.
He's 0 for 2 lifetime, just a couple of bats against Wolf.
And there's a strike.
Talking with Brad Arnsberg, the pitching coach for the Blue Jays, said he likes Brian Wolf enough to hope that he gets a chance to win a starting rotation job next year.
Check swing, says Rob Drake, the third base ump. Along with Bobby Mercer and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. We thank you for joining us on what was a Saturday afternoon, now a Saturday evening. It's an 8-8 game, bottom of the 7th. Yankees have scored 2 this inning, and there's a runner at second with 2 outs. 1-1. Don't want to walk Abreu for the reasons we keep telling you, because Alex Rodriguez is on deck.
And with that said, Bobby Abreu's a fine major league hitter as well, and it's not an easy guy to just say, here, hit it in a 2-0, 2-1 count as he has right now. Wolf throws a sinking fastball, cut fastball, that last one, a good slider. That ball cut inside. He hasn't been as good against left-handers. 321 this year, 119 right-handed batters have hit because of that hard biting slider.
Yankees 6 for 12 today with runners in scoring position, which is excellent. The 2-2. And the count is full at 3-2.
Typical Bobby Abreu at bat. 5 pitches he's seen already, and he's going to see 6.
I remember Matt Williams used to say if a pitcher throws a 2-2, he'll throw a 3-2. I don't know how you felt about that, Bobby.
No, definitely.
If a pitcher feels good enough about that slider 2-2, why not throw a 3-2?
And that may be what Arnsberg likes about this guy. He's not afraid to throw a pitch out of the sequence in order to get a hitter out and get it over with. I mean, anytime you can throw the breaking ball, the changeup in a what you would call a hitter's count and get it over, you're going to win a lot of ball games. 2-0, 3-1, 3-2.
Just missed outside, so he has to deal with A-Rod, and Bobby Abreu works his 3rd walk. Alex Rodriguez, a 2-run double in the 6th inning. 145 ribbies for him.
See now that fastball from Jason Frazier, big hit. After walking Bobby Abreu, the same setup. Didn't try to do too much.
In a season of big hits, big RBIs, does Alex Rodriguez have it in him again? He gave the Yankees the lead in the 6th inning. Can he give him the lead here in the 7th inning? And Wolf deals and just missed him.
Ball running. See the ball running as much as it did in on the waist.
Alex has been hit by 20 pitches this year. That's just one shy of the American League leader in that category, the Royals' David DeJesus.
And the count now 2-0.
that's where the strength of the Yankee lineup and the unselfish behavior of a hitter, Bobby Abreu, that last at bat, where he just ball off the plate, took it, but knowing A-Rod's behind him, and A-Rod's not going to get out of his game plan with hit and strike.
There's a base hit up the middle. He's done it again. Melky Cabrera scores. Another go-ahead RBI for Alex Rodriguez as the Yankees lead 9-8.
Well, simply incredible, and he hits it where it's pitched. It's low and outside, pretty good pitch. But Alex hits it right up the middle. He's not thinking home run there. He's just thinking about hitting the ball hard someplace and where the ball is pitched. And that was one of the things that the first game they came out for extra batting practice. Alex was part of that. Jeter was part of it. Posada was a part of that. Cabrera was a part of that. And all they worked on was trying to hit the ball up the middle and to the opposite way.
Here is Matsui now. And there's a strike.
What an incredible year. What numbers A-Rod has been putting up. But the incredible thing about it is what you were talking about, Michael. Can he do it again? He's been doing it all year long. And the key hits, the clutch hits, the game-winning hits, he's all over that this year. Amazing. He is putting on some clinic.
There's a ground ball to second base. And the out is made, and the inning is over. But the Yankees score 3 runs and 3 of the bigger hits. Doug Mientkiewicz with a double down the left field line. Melky Cabrera with a 2-run single to the left side to tie the game. And then who else? Alex Rodriguez puts the Yankees ahead. Along with your Yankee announcers. That's right, the 3 of us in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. And now you can enter for a chance to win World Series tickets as well. Here's how you do it. You text your vote to 58772, and for more information, visit ChevyOffers.com. You can vote right up until the end of the game. Vote now, make your voice heard. And today's candidates are number 1, Alex Rodriguez, number 2, Hideki Matsui, number 3, Russ Adams, and number 4, Melky Cabrera. Of course, standard text messaging rates apply. New pitcher for the Yankees, Kyle Farnsworth. And We had heard that he might not be available today, but here he is as the Yankee bullpen is compromised. Job is not available. Vizcaino pitched yesterday, and Mariano pitched yesterday.
Well, Farnsworth was not available last night. He's been experiencing, as we were told, some stiffness in his right shoulder.
The 1-0 to Almeida is a strike.
Betemit now playing first base for the Yankees.
Foul back. Almeida with a double started off the 5-run 7th for the Jays, and that dribbled slowly up the first baseline. Farnsworth bobbles, and Almeida was safe. When Farnsworth fielded the ball, he had no angle to throw the ball because he fielded it right on the line.
Well, when a ball gets that close to the line, let's take a look. If you have a fast runner, Almeida, you almost want to concede that he's going to beat it out, because what he needed to do, as you say, Michael, he needed to field that ball on the inside and then pull back toward the pitcher's mound and give Betemit a chance to catch that ball. See the runner in the way, and Betemit doesn't know which way to go. If there's a shuffle, then Betemit would also have to get outside. I would have left that ball and hoped that it went foul because Almeida was that fast. Tough play.
So a single, and that'll bring up Reed Johnson. Go to first, and Almeida's back. Almeida, one of the few Jays that can really run, so he's a threat to go. Farnsworth is slow to the plate. Yankees lead 9-8. We're in the 8th inning. Reed Johnson looks down at Brian Butterfield going through the signs. We've told you before, a money ball team, they don't like to sacrifice bunt and give up outs, but you've got Stairs and Rios coming up next, and that would put the tying run in scoring position. They almost got Almeida, who is really extending his lead.
He's almost caught napping. You could tell his lead was not that far.
Fastball high, 2-0.
Blue Jays are just not a running team. They're 13th in the American League, second to last in stolen bases. Their best base stealer, and Vernon Wells, is out. They just don't run.
Then checking out Farnsworth, and his fastballs are 93, 94. Now, when he's right, he's 96, 97, sometimes 98. So he's 3-0 now on Reed Johnson with fastballs that aren't measuring up to what he usually throws.
He wasn't pitching because of sore shoulder. That's not what was reported, but he still got plenty. The 93, 94 is plenty.
And that one wasn't close, so they didn't have to bunt as Reed Johnson walks, and that moves Almeida into scoring position. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays in-game box score sponsored by Heineken. There are 12 hits in there, 8 runs and 12 hits. And you see Reed Johnson has walked and scored a run. He's the only Jay in the starting lineup without a hit. Stairs, Rios, they have a hit. Frank Thomas 2 for 3 before he left. Aaron Hill 2 for 3. Russ Adams 1 for 4 with 2 ribbies. Adam Lynn 2 for 4, 2 ribbies. Another 2 ribbies for Curtis Thigpen. Ray Almeida 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored. So Joe Torre now goes out and talks with Farnsworth. Now, Joe doesn't give the technical information that the pitchers give. Sometimes they'll work on defensive assignments if they're expecting some sort of bunt, but sometimes he's there to, kind of kick the pitcher in the butt. Don't know what that one was all about. You've got Karstens and Britton, and with those two warming up in a one-run game, it just shows you where the Yankee bullpen is right now in terms of who's available. Here's Matt Stairs, 1-0. Stairs is 1 for 4.
Perfect setup for Matt Stairs. We talked about him being a dead fastball hitter, and I mean, he's going to just gear it up for Farnsworth, and he knows Farnsworth now is having problems finding a strike zone, and he got away with that one.
Yeah, if you're Farnsworth, because he's getting behind, he's got to be aggressive and throw strikes. But you're exactly right, Bobby. Matt Stairs is a good fastball hitter. He's going to get some fastballs here.
1-1.
There's a slider. Good call from Posada. Get the good fastball hitter off of fastball. And anytime a lot of times you see a ball that's hit straight back, the timing was right. He just got underneath him a little bit. Good call right there is to throw something off speed.
Foul back. Olmedo at second, and Reed Johnson is at first. Crowd groaning every pitch out of the zone, which I'm sure is not helping Farnsworth either. He has not pitched well of late at Yankee Stadium, so he's one pitch away from loading the bases. In the 7th inning, Matt Stairs helped out Veras by swinging the pitch out of the strike zone on 3-2.
Dangerous pitch coming up.
Payoff. Line drive. Caught by Bettamy. Oh, he saved the lead. A beautiful play by Wilson Bettamy.
Wow, what a play by Bettamy at first base, and he just started playing there. I mean, this ball is scalded, and it took every bit of inch stretching for Bettamy to come down with that ball, and wow. Outstanding play by Wilson Bettamy to first base.
In all likelihood, Olmedo scores on that. So great play by Bettamy. Minkiewicz started, outstanding defender. They pinch ran for him in the 7th, and so Bettamy took over at first. Here's Alex Rios. There's a breaking ball upstairs, 1-0. Line drive to left field. It is a base hit in front of Matsui. Here comes Olmedo. They're sending him home. No relay from Jeter. It's a tie game on Rios' RBI single. 9-9. And the boos raining down on Kyle Farnsworth.
Well, he was bad. Rios was batting .750 going into this at bat. 3 for 4. He gets a fastball, 1-0 fastball up out over the plate. Rios being their best hitter now that Vernon Wells is out, and Troy Gloss gets the barrel of the bat on there. Handcuffing Matsui, wasn't able to get up on that ball.
Here's Greg Zahn now pinch hitting for John Ford Griffin, I'm sorry. Griffin walked in the 7th. Zahn hit the game-winning home run yesterday in the 14th. And that was off Brian Bruni. Another hard-throwing right-hander. Pitches outside. That one, 99 miles an hour by Farnsworth.
But the 99 miles an hour, I mean, you see the last few hitters, they're right on top of that fastball. He's not throwing the fastball by them.
And the count 2-0.
When you got a fastball 99, 98, 100, whatever it is, anytime you start pitching 2-0, 3-1, 3-0 consistently, I mean, these guys are going to turn that fastball around because they know you got to throw it right down the middle.
Like that, a base hit to right field. Here comes Reed Johnson. They're sending him home. The throw from Abreu, not in time. It's a pinch hit RBI single for Greg Zahn, and the Blue Jays now lead 10-9.
Well, as Bobby was saying, doesn't matter how hard you throw this ball down in the zone. Greg Zahn last night hits a home run down in the zone that was inner part of the plate. But when pitchers become predictable, and this is what Bobby was saying, fastball count against a fastball, major league hitters will hit the barrel of the bat.
Well, this will not be a nice greeting for Kyle Farnsworth when Joe takes the ball from him. And you know Farnsworth wants to do well. He's not pitching poorly on purpose, but he is just out of sync. So he gives the ball to Joe, and he will be serenaded with a chorus of boos. Although the Yankee fans are somewhat kind and let him off easy. So Joe Torre signals to the bullpen. Chris Britton makes his way in. Yankees are trailing 10-9. Rest of this inning from the bullpen, he'll watch Chris Britton try to get out of this jam. First and second with one out. 2 runs already in as the Blue Jays have retaken the lead. There's Aaron Hill. There's a strike. And a derisive cheer from the crowd. Can Alex Rodriguez do it one more time? He's done it twice today. Going to the well quite a bit. The 0-1. Popped up. Shallow right. Abreu. 2 outs. Tonight, Tampa Bay against Boston. Yankees come into action today 2 games behind the Red Sox in the East. 2 games in the loss column, 2.5 in the standings. And Joe Torre is going to do some mixing and matching. So he's going to bring in Kei Agawa. And it'll be interesting how the crowd receives Agawa. They have not seen him in a while since he was sent down to the minors for the 2nd time. So it's going to be Kei Agawa coming on as a reliever. We'll be back. The Yankees coverage doesn't end with the final pitch. Oh no, stay tuned for the Nissan postgame with Bob Lorenz to get a recap of all the key plays from this game with the Blue Jays, as well as highlights from around the league. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the inside scoop from the clubhouse. The Nissan postgame, it's coverage you won't get anywhere else, only on Yes. So, Joe Torre goes to Kei Agawa. The last time he appeared for the Yankees was on July 26th. That's what he's done with the Yankees in both starting and relief. He was recalled from AAA on September 9th at Scranton Wilkes-Barre, which he was sent down to on July 27th. He was 3-2 with a 3.72 in 7 starts. So let's see if anything has changed with Kei Agawa. He will face the pinch hitter Hector Luna, pinch hitting for Russ Adams. Count 1-0.
Kei Agawa's biggest problem has been since pitching in the major leagues that he keeps everything up. His fastball's up in the zone and his breaking ball's up. Can't live upstairs.
1-0. Driven the other way, and that is going to slice foul into the seats.
Effectively elevate when you get in certain counts. Strike one, breaking ball in the dirt, and then you can elevate. But Kei Agawa has been working hard all summer on getting through the ball and finishing, trying to get a better plane that goes from north to south down in the zone.
Count 2-1.
Has this got something to do, Al, with the mound in Japan versus the mound here at in America?
Have you heard that? I don't know, but it might make sense. You know, I pitched in one of those All-Star games over there, and the mountains did seem lower. I mean, maybe as a result of the higher mound.
Yeah, you've got the steeper mound, and they're just not getting through it. He's just not getting through it. He's not finishing his pitches off.
Could be. Yeah, I do on certain mounds. I know they're all supposed to be the same, but they feel different. And I know in Philadelphia, it used to feel like you were throwing off a cliff. And it took an inning or two to get adjusted to that mound.
And there's a base hit to right field. Rios rounds third. Here he comes. Here's the throw, and Rios is in there, and they have Luna hung up. The rundown taking place. And now here comes the runner home, and he is going to be out as they tag out Zahn. So an RBI single for Luna, and he is hung up between first and second, and then Zahn takes off and gets thrown out. So same old with Agawa. Blue Jays lead 11-9. The Yankees in-game box score sponsored by Heineken. There are 12 hits in there. Bobby Abreu has walked 3 times. He has not picked up a hit. Jason Giambi is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Cano 0 for 3, a walk and a run scored. Alex Rodriguez has had a great day. Matsui's had a great day. Jeter, another really good day. He has a 9-game hitting streak. Minkiewicz, 2 for 2, a double and a run scored. But the problem in this game, pitchers can't get anybody out. They can't find pitchers to get anybody out. Hector Luna, with that pinch hit base hit, he moves in at third base for Russ Adams.
And how many times can the offense pick them up?
We're going to find out. Here is Posada. 11-9 Jays. And there's a strike.
Let's see, the Yankees take the lead in the 6th. Jays take the lead in the 7th. Yankees take the lead in the bottom of the 7th. And the Jays take the lead at the top of the 8th.
Ground ball up the middle. Does it squeeze through? Hill, off balance throw, and that pulls Stairs off the bag. It's a base hit for Posada. That's his 2nd hit of the game.
That's the 28th hit in this game. And it's a little squibber off the end of the bat that placed perfectly. Aaron Hill made a nice attempt there, but just no chance.
Well, unlike last night where Hill, same runner, Posada didn't get set, that was a play that he had to release it and get rid of it quickly because Posada would have beat that out had he set.
Here's Jason Giambi. Giambi is 0 for 4 with the 3 strikeouts, and then in the 7th he flew out to left. Flew out sharply to left. Actually hit the ball very well. Less of a shift on for Giambi with a runner on first. Giambi has struck out 4 times in a game. He's done it 3 times in his career. Last time was in 2000 against Toronto. That's when he was with the A's. And the count 2-0 from Wolf. And Brad Arnsberg wants to talk with Wolf. Now, neither team wants to lose this. So they want to try to stop the bleeding somehow and stop the offenses. Because in the last 2 innings, starting in the bottom of the 6th and then go into the 7th, 8th, and obviously the bottom of the 7th, 9, they've scored 15 runs in 2 innings, or 4 half innings of play. 16 runs. There's Chase Wright. Left-hander warming up. On the scoreboard in left center, it says 6:37. What does that mean? It means it's a 4-hour game. The game started at 2:37 after an hour and 37-minute long rain delay. Now they do have everybody shift to the right side except for the third baseman, Luna. Grounded over the head of Stairs, but foul.
Getting pretty technical, this baseball. I mean, when they got to the count 2-0, they moved him into the shift. Now the third baseman becomes a double play guy at second base. Figuring, I guess, Giambi has got a better opportunity to pull the ball. 2-0, you're going to get a better pitch to pull the ball than what Wolf was throwing him. He was trying to pitch him outside and low and trying to get him to hit the ball the opposite way.
Bobby, how difficult is it on 2-2? It's probably more difficult on 2-1 to just put your ball, the ball to the left side.
Oh, it wouldn't have been that difficult at all.
High fly ball, center field, Rios. And there's one out.
But Jason's trying to hit the ball in the ballpark to tie the game up, and you got the right pitch to do it. 2-0. You got 2-1 pitch. Probably going to have a good pitch to hit at too. So, you know, from Jason's standpoint, that's the reason they put the shift on. They're just testing him. You know, they want him to bunt the ball or hit the ball on the left side, keep the ball in the yard.
Here's Robinson Cano. He is 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. They are not holding on. Posada Stairs playing behind him, close to the line. And the pitch outside, 1-0.
See these Toronto Blue Jay relievers coming in, 94, 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs are good breaking balls. And Wolf, he looks effortless, smooth delivery, ball just shooting out of his hand.
Well, this is the bullpen comparison. Each bullpen's given up 8 hits. Each bullpen's given up 8 runs. A lot of walks for the Blue Jays. Yankees 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. And the count 2-1. Crowd of 54,887 here at Yankee Stadium. That is the 48th sellout of the year. Been an amazing year of attendance here in the Bronx. Rain or shine, there's 50,000 plus here. And the 2-1. Missed outside, 3-1. On deck is Wilson Betemit, who made that great play in the top of the 8th inning. Otherwise, it would have been even more damage. Blue Jays scored 3 runs to come back from a 9-8 deficit. They're leading 11-9. Yesterday, 14 innings. This game over 4 hours old, the 3-1. And a walk to Cano, so the tying runs are on base for the Yanks. A lot of pacing for John Gibbons. This is not easy to watch for a manager. You keep bringing in a pitcher and hope somebody's going to do the job, but it's been tough so far. So here's Betemit, his first at bat of the game. That's what he's done with the Dodgers and the Yankees. Came over from the Dodgers in the Scott Proctor deal. Wolf trying to overthrow, way upstairs, 1-0.
It's a good thing the rosters have been expanded. They've needed all these pitchers.
This is the play that Betemit made in the top of the 8th. Just outstanding. He's just started playing first base, and he's done a nice job.
Well, we've talked about the Yankee bench being better this year. Probably the best since they've started this little dynasty back in 1996 with Betemit starting and Brian Cashman making that trade for Betemit. He came on strong. Got a lot of power there. They got some speed on the bench. They got utility players that can play like Betemit could play almost every position on the infield. He's a switch hitter.
Wolf is now 1 pitch away from loading the bases with Melky Cabrera due up. Josh Towers, former starter for the Jays, beginning to throw. The 3-0. There's a strike. Now Betemit, with no one on base this year, 136 batting average. With runners on base, he jacks it up to 347. And the 3-1. Now 3-2. (11-9) Toronto, second game of a 4-game set.
From a hitter standpoint, you can't just look for a fastball here. You got to be ready for anything.
3-2. Grounded. Knocked down there by Hill. He'll have 1 play. He makes it at first. Good play by Hill. Covered a lot of ground to the glove side. The runners move up. Now the tying run is at second base.
Well, unlike last night, Aaron Hill, ball to his left. Robinson Cano, a broken bat. Here you see he made sure he got it. Throw it off the seat of his pants, having plenty of time with Wells and Betamete. Hit off the heel of his glove, got to it almost too far. This time, got on top of that, realizing he had enough time. Good play.
Last time up, Melky Cabrera with a clutch 2-run single to tie the game at 8. Can he tie it again here? Another single will probably make it 11-11. And the pitch. Breaking ball outside, 1-0. Posada is at third. Cano at second. And Melky pops it up. Luna near the seats, leaning. Arm's not long enough. Blue Jays 11 runs on 15 hits. The Yankees 9 runs on 13 hits, and they've committed 1 error. One count on the switch hitting Cabrera. 1 for 5 today. And the 1-1. Grounded foul. Tough day for Joe Torre. Every pitcher he's turned to has not done the job. I should take that back. Ron Ballone and Ross Ollendorf did the job. And now scoreless inning. And that was in the 6th. But since then, you've got Veras, Farnsworth, Britton, and Kagawa. And how about this? Mariano Rivera is up. Yankees might have him pitch tonight to hold it at 11-9. And the pitch. Chop up the middle. And it's under the glove of Hill and into right center. The game is tied. A big turn by Melky, and he's out on the turn. But Hill with another misplay, and the game is tied at 11. Try to figure this one out. Melky went too far around first.
Yeah, base running mistake by Melky Cabrera. I mean, this would be a huge boost for the Yankees, momentum-wise. He thought about going to second. By the time he got stopped and got back to first base, it was too late.
11-11, we go to the 9th. 11-15-0. Toronto 11-13-1 for the Yankees. So Melky gets a 2-run single to retie the game. And he's also thrown out by going around the bag 8-3.
Well, he's just a little bit anxious and rambunctious here, and he just got too far off, and Olmedo saw that and threw back against him to tag him out.
So he's out 6-3, not 8-3.
Yeah.
That's a tag from Matt Stairs. Tags it up on his hip area. And that was the back, actually back of the back area. That's why Joe Torre was out there arguing.
Well, Joe Torre had Kagawa warm up, and the reason he did that was because he wanted Mariano Rivera to warm up in the bullpen. So he had no intention of letting Kagawa pitch in the 9th inning. Now Angel Hernandez is going to go out to Joe and say, listen, you got to make your decision. Mo's just looking right now. It looks like he's warmed up, so they're going to take the ball from Kagawa, and they'll bring in Mariano to face the bottom third of the order: Lind, Thigpen, and Olmedo. So Mariano, who threw 10 pitches in the 1-2-3 one inning yesterday, will come in today. Enter Sandman as the crowd goes nuts for Mo. Come on back, Mo against the bottom of the order. Airlines, the official airline of the Yankees. Kia Motors, Kia, the power. 1-866-NY Quicks for free patches, gum, or lozenges. Well, the Yankees will try to restore a semblance of normalcy to the pitching rotation, at least in this game, as they bring on one of the greatest relievers in baseball history, Mariano Rivera.
Well, you know, up until this time, yesterday and today, they have used, both teams, 37 pitchers, including the starter. That's what I count.
Really? Two. 29. And Mo would be 30, I have. I could be wrong.
Give or take a couple.
It's a lot. And the 1-0 to Adam Lind. There's a strike. Foul back. We've all had the recount. What do you have on your recount?
Maybe
Bobby?
I counted some of the pitches I thought should be in here.
Did you come up with 30? Al, did you count?
I came up with 30.
So Mo is a 30th. The 2-2. 30 pitchers in 2 games. That's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. 37 would really have been unbelievable.
Game's not over, Bobby.
That's what I meant up until this time.
And the 3-2. Grounded to short. Jeter. And Adam Lind is out for the first out of the ninth.
The catcher, Curtis Thigpen.
So Mariano will face Curtis Thigpen, who's 1 for 4. The 1 a 2-run single way back in the 4th inning. It's 11-11. Count 0-1. What do players think of games like this?
The ones that are still sitting out there?
Yeah.
Your mind wanders a little.
How about the ones that are out of the game?
They're watching the game on TV and
Yeah.
in the bathroom and just being distracted a little.
"30 pitchers and 9 hours and 5 minutes of baseball
So far.
Actually, when you're down there in the dugout and the clubhouse during the game, it's not nearly as long as it feels when you're sitting in the stands up here.
The 0-2. 1-2.
What it does is that it gives it a seat for somebody who hadn't been able to sit down out in the bullpen. I mean, with 16 guys out there, there's not enough seats for everybody. So you kind of clean it out and give those other guys a chance to sit down for a while.
Rivera, the 8th reliever used by the Yanks. Thigpen hits one deep to left field. Going back is Matsui, and it's off the base of the wall. Thigpen hustles into second, and he has himself a double. So Thigpen, who came into this game over his last 22, picks up the second hit.
Like a breaking ball, a little cutter or a fastball inside, and Thigpen was ready for it. It was elevated, and he elevated it over Matsui's head.
That was good hitting right there. Pulled his hands in. The ball was up and in. The guy who got hit till his last at bat, or in the 4th inning when he broke a hitless streak. That was pretty good swing.
Olmedo tied up with the cutter, and the count 0-1. Thinks about bunting, pulls it back. And the 1-1. Tied him up again. 1-2.
So even if Mo's velocity isn't what it was, that late breaking cutter, it's still effective. Looks like a fastball. It's going 91 miles an hour, but late movement, you can't say enough about it. Location.
Still 1-2. That's leading the Marlins 7-2. That's in the 9th inning. That's trying to turn off their slide. They won yesterday. The 1-2. That game started at 4 o'clock. This one started at 2:30, also in the 9th inning. And the pitch. Could not hold up. Pitch up in the zone. 2 outs.
The elevation, and you can see Olmedo trying to hold up.
Still the superior command that Mariano Rivera possesses. Deliveries are just perfect every time, pretty much. And that cut fastball, inner half, outer half, still has enough to elevate to get guys to check swing or swing through it.
Along with Bobby Mercer and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. It's 7 o'clock here in New York City. Yankees and the Blue Jays are tied at 11. Game that's 4 hours and 23 minutes old right now. Runner at second base, 2 outs. Here's Reed Johnson. We thank you for spending most of your day with the Yes Network. And remember, we still have the postgame coming up when this finally ends with Bob Lorenz and Kimberly Jones. So you got a lot more to stick around for. Jeter sneaks in behind Thigpen. Thigpen, the go-ahead run. There's not been a 0 on the board since the top of the 6th inning. Yankees scored 4 in the 6th. The Blue Jays 5 in the 7th. The Yankees came back with 3 in the bottom of the 7th. 3 in the 8th for the Blue Jays. 2 for the Yankees in the bottom of the 8th inning. And that all adds up to 11-11.
13 runs scored in 2 innings by both ball clubs.
13 of the 22. And the 1-1. Reed Johnson could not hold up, and the count 1-2. If you are looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, and why wouldn't you be? Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod. Crowd looking for strike 3. On its feet. He swings and misses. And Rivera strikes out Reed Johnson. No run to hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Derek Jeter will lead it off in the 9th inning. Mariano Rivera finishes it off in the top of the 9th. Chance to win coming up. 11-11, 11-16-0, beating 11-14-1. Mariano Rivera puts up a 0 for the Blue Jays, and now the Yankees will face Josh Towers, and the numbers are not very good for Josh Towers.
Well, he started most of the year, and this might be one of the games now where the manager's going to elect to go to a reliever that can give him a few innings. Could only go to the well so many times to mix and match and get in the extra inning territory. Try to get some length out of some of your relievers. Certainly Josh Towers, who has started most of the year, can do that.
Well, the Yankees are going to have the right guys coming up with Jeter and Abreu and Alex Rodriguez. So a good opportunity for the Yankees as the moon over the facade here at Yankee Stadium.
Well, the day started with the sun obscured by clouds, and now we see the moon, Bobby.
That's right on the right field foul line, too, is it? Most valuable Yankee, Mr. MVY.
So Towers against Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod. And Jeter has great numbers against Towers. 15 for 38, 395. And one of the 15 a home run. Now there's a ball loose in left field, which the home plate umpire Angel Hernandez spotted. So Adam Lynn goes and gets it. So do the Yankees have some dramatics in their bag of tricks? The ninth inning yesterday, the Yankees scored 4 to tie it and force extra innings. A run here in the bottom of the ninth inning, and the Yankees would win a wacky game. And the pitch to Jeter is outside. Jeter today is 2 for 5 with a run scored. He extended his hitting streak to 9 straight. And the 1-0. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. And the pitch outside. Towers staying away with Jeter.
Towers has made 8 relief appearances. His last appearance was on September 3rd. That's 19 days ago. Yankee hitter should be patient. Guy who hasn't had a whole lot of work. He doesn't have a whole lot of command.
There's a ground ball to Aaron Hill. And there's one away. Aaron Hill has had a very exciting 2 days at second base.
Been pretty solid with the bat, scoring lots of runs, getting some base hits, driving runs in, and had a lot of activity at second base in these last 2 games. And for the most part, he's been pretty solid over there.
Here's Bobby Abreu. Bobby has walked his last 3 times to the plate. Before that, 0 for 2, a fly ball to right, a fly ball to left. And the pitch. There's a strike. Towers deals. Lurking on deck, Alex Rodriguez. That was the 174th pitch. Check that. That was the 180th pitch thrown by Toronto pitchers. The Yankees have thrown 201 pitches today. Last one thrown by Mariano, struck out Reed Johnson to end the top of the ninth. The 1-2. And the count 2-2. Right back to Towers. 2 away. And the crowd, you can hear the emotion building as Alex Rodriguez, who has almost single-handedly kept the Yankees in this game. 2-run single in the... Check that. 2-run double in the 6th inning gave them a lead. The RBI single in the 7th inning again gave them the lead. So now it's 11-11. Does he have any more dramatics in him? A 9th inning hit yesterday. A .450 batting average in the 9th inning this year. He's had 2 walk-off home runs. He's had so many big hits throughout the year, 2 of them today. He has 146 ribbies on the season, which is his career high by 4. The 1-0. Woo. Count 1-1.
That looked good.
You almost swung at it here, Bobby.
A-Rod's got 5 hits against Towers. 3 of them are home runs.
A-Rod 3 for 4. And he hits it shortly through the left side for a base hit. Let's see if he can turn it into 2. Cutting over is Lynn. A-Rod's going for 2. He's going to make it. The winning run is in scoring position. His 4th hit of the night.
He knew where the outfielder was playing. He knew once he got it down that left field line, he had a good chance of going for 2. By the time Lynn got over there and picked it up, it was an easy double.
You know, it's interesting. Hector Luna hugging the line to guard against the extra base hit. So he gives up that hit, and he was hugging the line so much that it was still an extra base hit. If he'd been playing a normal third base, that's the final out.
Well, you still got it, Michael. You still play the lines.
Yep.
Out of the box, Alex Rodriguez is a good base runner. He's a great baseball player. He knows out of the box. Adam Lynn doesn't have a good arm. He was thinking to the second he hit it.
So here's Hideki Matsui. He's been a nice exacta with Alex Rodriguez. He is 3 for 5 today. He has 3 ribbies of his own. Towers deals and a strike. The arms in the outfield all pretty good, except for Lind in left field. Rios has a great arm. Johnson has a really good arm. And the count 1-1. A-Rod has good speed, and he's a good base runner. He'll get a good secondary lead. They're not checking him back. They're more concerned about staying home for Matsui. And the 1-1. Upstairs. 2-1. It is a hot, humid evening here in New York City. It rained earlier. The start of the game delayed an hour and 37 minutes. It's a seesaw affair. Teams resting the lead from the other team. Big hits, bad plays, good plays. Not much pitching. It's 11-11, bottom of the 9th inning. Alex Rodriguez is at second. He's there with a 2-out double. Matsui at the plate. And the pitch. And the count 3-1 on deck for the Yankees. Jorge Posada.
About on deck, and Matsui's got to be very patient here with this 3-1 pitch because first base is open. He doesn't mean anything. The run down at second base is the game winner, so I don't expect Towers to be able to throw one in there right down the middle.
High drive, left center. Rios back. He has room. And we will go to extra innings. In the 9th for the Yankees. No run to hit. No errors and 1 man left. We played 9 innings of baseball. It's a tie game at 11. Free baseball coming up as we go to the 10th. By AIG, live longer, retire stronger, never outlive your money. We go to the 10th inning here at the stadium, and the Yankees will go to their 2, 4, 6, 9th pitcher. It is Jeff Karstens.
Not good numbers for Jeff Karstens. Went back to the minor leagues. You see, those were as a starter. 24 hits in 11 innings. Is he good?
He's had a lot of bad luck as well. Had his leg broken against the Red Sox on a comebacker from Julio Lugo. First batter of the game. Actually stayed in before Joe Torre said, you got to go. So now he has an opportunity here in the 10th inning. 31 hits, 22 runs. Yankees have committed the only error in the game. So it'll be Stairs, Rios, and Zahn. 11-11. And the pitch. Rip foul. The fans seem a little slow out there as well. Long game.
You think Stairs doesn't have some top hand? Showed a lot of top hand there.
Karstens throws it past Posada. There's a strike. Count 1-2. Well, it started. The day was supposed to start at 1:05, and here we are. This would be the first inning of a night game. A dark black velvety backdrop to this game. The lights taking full effect at 7:18, and we are in our second extra inning game in as many days. Last night it went 14. Line drive, base hit for Matt Stairs. So the go-ahead run is on base for the Blue Jays. Pitch was kind of up in Stairs' eyes, and he redirected it.
Hanger. Breaking ball, you can see how it's just kind of hanging there and allows Stairs to get the good piece of wood on it.
Got a 1-2-0-2 count. That was a 1-2 count. You got a breaking ball situation. What you try to do as a pitcher is buried in the dirt. That's a strike curveball, and strike curveballs are good in fastball counts, or you have to throw a strike.
Here's a dangerous Alex Rios. And Rios today is 2 for 5. 2 runs scored, a ribby. And he can hit. Stairs does not have a big lead at first. That one's fouled back.
Rios made his first All-Star team and is a #1 pick for the Blue Jays and is showing it. Talking about him being a 4 and 5 tool player, and
perfect example of a guy that you really should have patience with, because there were some that were ready to give up on him. He wasn't developing quickly enough. He's a star now.
He's drafted in the 1999 draft, 19th overall, first round pick. Puerto Rico.
And the 1-1. 2-1.
Last year he was having a heck of a year and was put on a stable list for staph infection. His left leg ruined a good season.
2-1. Driven out to right field. Abreu will make the play. One away.
Designated
Here's Greg Zahn, pinch hit in the 8th inning. Got a big hit.
Veteran hitter. He'll know what he needs to do here. He's looking for a ball he can pull between first and second, or something that he can hit out of the ballpark.
Breaking ball. Be careful with that breaking ball. They've been up in the zone.
Last night off of Brian Bruni, he got hit a fastball that was down and in. Sweet spot for just about every left-hander I know. Hit it out of the ballpark.
There's a strike. Jeff Carson's, as we mentioned, is the Yankees' 10th pitcher. Why is it significant to say that? It's a new record. Yankees have never used 10 pitchers in a game. And Joe Torre didn't want to use 10 pitchers in a game. There's still some left, though. You got Clippard, Bruni, DeSalvo. Vizcaino and Chamberlain really aren't available. One-two count on Greg Zahn. The teams have combined for 32 hits and 22 runs. Matt Stairs at first base with one out. Top of the 10th inning. And the pitch. Driven deep to right field, but foul into the upper deck. Last night he was able to keep it in the park. Fair.
What Lyon was talking about, that low inside pitch from Bruni, and he sent it down the ballpark for his 10th home run.
You like it down and in?
I did. So did Oscar Gamble. He was known as the rake man.
Yeah, that was my sweet spot.
I'll be raking that. Raking means lifting it out of the ballpark.
Runner goes. Foul back. How about Matt Stairs going? Yeah. So the Blue Jays trying to open up a hole in the infield.
That's a break. It's a break for the Yankees. He had the base stolen easily.
Good jump. Carson's never looked. And the 1-2 upstairs. Tomorrow, it's Messina against Dustin McGowan. Now, we're going to come on the air at 11:30 with our batting practice show, half hour earlier, then 12 o'clock with the pregame, and then 12:30 we'll carry the ceremonies honoring the Scooter Phil Rizzuto, and then the game will start at 1:15. All of it on Yes, so make sure to tune in. And Zahn fouls it away. Those two men have seen a lot of baseball, not just in these 2 days, their whole lives. Joe Torre, a long career as a player and a manager. And These are tough games for pitching coaches and managers. Somebody's going to win, though. And somebody's going to be very disappointed, Gibbons or Torrey. Yesterday it was Torrey, the 2-2. And popped up by Zahn. Sky high. Cano calls off Betemeat. And there are 2 outs. Gibbons' team won yesterday in 14 innings on Zahn's home run. They had a couple of leads tonight, but a seesaw battle. Back and forth. Momentum changes, shifts, and it all adds up to 11-11 in the 10th. Here's Aaron Hill. And there's a strike. Long set by Karstens, and the pitch. Driven deep to center field, giving chase is Melky Cabrera. He's on the run. He's going to have to play it off the wall. Let's see if the run will score. Stairs rounding third. Here he comes. Here's the throw home. He is out! Good throw by Cano. Good tag by Posada. And Stairs is out at home. 8-4-2. And John Gibbons does not like the call. Quickly played off the wall. Cano fires home. And a good scoop and tag by Posada to get Stairs. And it remains a tie game. We go to the bottom of the 10th. 11-11.
Yankee Stadium, but on the last play to nail the runner from going from first to home, Melky Cabrera barehands it, makes a good cutoff throw to Cano, but watch the ball hit the mound and just scoot towards home plate for Posada to put the tag on Matt Stairs. They got a little bit of a break when that ball hit the down slope of the mound. He just shot it towards home plate, gave it a little extra boost, and that was the difference in Stairs being caught at home.
Now, John Gibbons didn't like the call, but Angel Hernandez made a good call. He tagged him. Posada did on the chest before the foot hit home plate. So that was a good play by Posada, hanging in there on that roller toward home plate. Here is Posada, and he swings at the first pitch, drives it down the left field line, giving chases Lind on the run. It's a fair ball, and it bounces into the seats for a double.
Looks like Adam Lind is not getting good jumps down the left field line here, just pulling up. There's not a whole lot of foul territory, and Adam Lind, being a young player, he called up from AAA, doesn't have this approach, and pulls up just inside the foul line, that ball would have been an amazing catch anyway.
Another 3-hit day for Posada. He comes out of the game, and the Yankees will send in a pretty good pinch runner, Johnny Damon. He is the winning run at second base. Well, here's Jason Giambi now. Giambi has not had a good day. He's 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. And it looks like they'll intentionally walk him. So they're looking to set up the force. They avoid pitching to Giambi, and they will turn their attention to Robinson Cano.
Well, Cano's job is to get that runner at second base to third base with less than 2 outs. If he doesn't, drive him in.
So an intentional walk to Giambi, and that's going to bring up Cano. Any thought here, Bobby, of bunting?
Of course, absolutely. You got to get that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. You got the. That's what Mattingly and they were doing, but you got to force that move, you know, because you got to get him down to third base with less than 2 outs.
Now, one thing about the bunt here. Last year, the Blue Jays were the top team in the major leagues defending the bunt. They made 24 outs at third base on bunts, and the next closest team had 16.
Well, here's what Cano is supposed to do if he's asked to bunt. And I wouldn't see why he wouldn't be here at this time, because Larry Bowa's going over with him right now, and he's got to make the third baseman. If he's going to bunt it down, you got to make the third baseman field the bunt himself. Bring him in there. That leaves third base wide open.
Hey, here at Yes, our award-winning Yankees coverage doesn't end with the final pitch. Stay tuned for the Nissan postgame with Bob Lorenz to get a recap of all the key plays from this game with the Jays, as well as highlights from around the league. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the inside scoop from the clubhouse. The Nissan postgame, it's coverage you won't get anywhere else, and it's only on Yes. So here is Cano. He's 0 for 3 with 2 walks and 2 runs scored. Bottom of the 10th inning, an 11-11 game. And he was squaring the bunt, takes a pitch high. Bowa will go through the signs. Stairs is coming hard down the first base line. Luna is trying to anchor at third because he wants to get the out there. They could take the bunt off with so many moving parts, and they do. And that one is skied to left field. Backing up is Lynn. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Damon. He's going for third. Here's the throw, not in time. So the runners move up anyway, as Giambi follows Damon and goes into second. Yankees are running on Adam Lynn's arm.
Well, he got Lynn backing up, and he got out of position to be able to get any momentum on the throw back into the infield. You see, he was back, and it took him 2 or 3, about 2 steps before he released the baseball. Damon saw that. He went back quickly and tagged up. And a good play by Johnny Damon. He makes it in there easily.
So now the Blue Jays have to bring the infield in. Here is Wilson Bettamy. Yankees have a chance to win it. It's 11-11. And the pitch. Foul back. Your average goes up, about 100 points when the infield comes in. Not much lateral movement for the infielders. If the ball is hit sharply, it's got to be hit right at you. Damon is an outstanding base runner. Yankees 90 feet away from winning this game. Bottom of the 10th inning. Towers on the mound. He works from the stretch. And the 0-1. There's a strike, 0-2. On deck is Melky Cabrera. Most of the Yankees poised on the top step of the dugout. And the 0-2 pitch. He struck him out. A big strikeout. for Josh Towers. Now they could bring the infield back.
Well, you got to wonder what happened to Wilson Betemit on the pitch before this. That was a fastball right down the middle, and that's a good breaking ball there by Towers, and Betemit swings over the top of it.
Yeah, that 0-1 pitch he'd like to have back. That was right down the middle.
Obviously, he was, well, not obviously, but probably looking for something else other than what he threw.
Well, Cabrera is 4 for 7 with 2 doubles and a triple against Towers. First base is open, but you'd rather pitch to Cabrera than Jeter. Infield is back, and the pitch is high, 1-0. The clutch Derek Jeter on deck. Jeter 2 more hits today. Melky Cabrera with 2 hits as well. It is now a 5-hour game at the stadium. The 1-0. Line drive, base hit, and the Yankees win the game, 12-11. Another clutch hit from Melky Cabrera, and the Yankees in 10 innings win an improbable, gutty, gritty comeback game, 12-11. Well, it took exactly 5 hours. It had all the twists and turns and agony of bad pitching, bad plays, big hits, clutch hits, and it ends with Melky Cabrera's line drive single to right center that scored Johnny Damon, and the Yankees win 12-11.
And a low inside pitch, and Melky, lines it hard over the head of Aaron Hill. And what a satisfying win it is for the Yankees this evening, I guess. It has been a hard-fought game. You see Greg Zahn, who was at the catcher's position there. He just could not believe it. They had fought so hard. Comeback after comeback after comeback. Same for the Yankees. And you can see the jubilation in the Yankees after winning this game by the score of 12-11.
Well, they don't even get to extra innings unless Alex Rodriguez has another monster day. He did that, and he is with our very own Kim Jones in front of the Yankee dugout. Kim?
Alex, you almost look like a heavyweight fighter. How did you guys keep coming back in this game to win it?
I tell you, I've never been involved in back-to-back games like this. It's unbelievable. Give those guys a lot of credit. They're playing as hard as they can, and so are we. Today was just a great win.
Joe Torre hugged you just before we started this interview. What was going on there?
Well, like I said, it was a heavyweight battle. The last 2 nights have been unbelievable. I felt this is the kind of game that whoever hit last would win.
How about the day Melky Cabrera had the game-winning hit, and he had started the play that got stairs in the top of the inning?
Melky's been swinging the bat a lot better the last 3 days, and yesterday got some results, and today he was a hero.
You're hearing the MVP chant. You kept the Yankees in this game. Were you as comfortable in those clutch at-bats as you looked?
I was very comfortable. I've been working hard with Kevin, and things are coming along well.
And you're keeping the pressure on Boston by winning today, right?
Winning is important. All we care about is wins right now, and we don't really care about anyone else.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Michael, take it away.
And thank you, Kim. So the Yankee magic number for their wild card goes to 4 now, and that's the most important thing. You want to get into the playoffs, and then you take your chances catching Boston. Today, the 12-11 win, Melky Cabrera, big part of it. He had 5 RBIs over the last 4 innings. Yankees win by 1 in 10.